Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Anyone know where our illustrious chair is?
I said I do not. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
And then I said, it's not my day to watch him.
Well, we should rotate, kind of assign commissioners.
Rotate watching him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was Commissioner Halls, but she forgot.
Oh, not right. I might text him. Has anybody done that yet? I'll just call.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Cynthia Aguilar.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm texting Stephen.
I'm calling him.
Commissioner Fishman is on. He's muted though.
Okay, he's
Oh,
here. Okay.
There we go. Good morning, all. Sorry, I was having trouble with my computer. I couldn't.
We can't
Maybe
hear
we
you,
could go-
Steve.
Looks like he's there.
Try it again. Good morning, all. Sorry for the technical difficulties here. Mike, would you like to check that everyone's here?
I think so, yes. If you're talking about commissioners, yes.
Yes.
I believe that's a request to call the roll.
Yes, that's the roll.
Commissioner Maestas,
Here.
Commissioner Hall,
Here,
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Here,
Commissioner Fishman,
There.
and Commissioner Berg.
Here and there.
Commissioners, a quorum is present.
And everywhere. So for the pledge, let's do Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
to the
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, State of New Mexico, the via symbol, and perfect friendship among United.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we heard most of it. Consideration and approval.
Should I repeat it?
Oh, no, we're good. We caught most of it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. This is
Yes.
I'm not sure if you, all the commissioners had a chance to review the emails that were sent last night by Hans Muller from our office. We do have an unusual request, which is to add to the agenda, and this is subject to an exception to the Open Meetings Act for an emergency situation. We would be adding consideration of a proposed order to show cause and to cease and desist in case 21-00194 TREN. The EN stands for an enforcement matter under the transportation cases. And this is regarding a petition that was filed by the Transportation Division regarding the activities of a Loco Movers, Inc., whose staff alleges is operating without any certificate of authority. So that would fall under the provisions of section 1015(1)E, which provides that matters that are emergency matters can appear, are exceptions to the requirement, rather, that the item appear on the agenda 72 hours in advance of the public meeting. Emergency is defined as unforeseen circumstances that, if not addressed immediately by the public body, will likely result in injury or damage to persons or property, or substantial financial loss to the public body. The situation here relates to public safety, in that we have a motor carrier who is alleged to be performing activities that would require the issuance of a certificate, and along with that, satisfaction of all the public safety issues that go along with operating under certificates, such as driver safety, drug testing, those kinds of things, as well as the certificate of insurance.
This is an item we need to vote to include in the agenda, I presume.
Correct.
And commissioners, any thoughts, comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that agenda item under regular action items. I propose we hear it first under transportation matters.
I'll second that. If that's a motion, I'll second it.
Yes, and this is in the matter regarding 21-00194-TR-EN.
Okay, any further discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay.
Second.
So I will take one counting of the votes then.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner
We
Byrd.
almost heard you.
Aye.
There we go.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner, the agenda is approved as modified by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Introduction of special guests and public comment. Sarah, we have anything?
No, Mr. Chair, we do not today.
Okay, thank you. Report from Chief of Staff to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar regarding discussion of audit findings.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission.
Good morning, Wayne.
It's nice to see everyone. We also have the next item agenda, I think, sort of kind of combines with this one. At the last meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Maestas had asked for an update on our FY20 audit findings, as well as the corrective action plan that the commission put in place. Renee and Annette and a number of staff have been working on that. I believe you have a spreadsheet that we'd like to go through with you, if that's acceptable. And if so, I would turn it over to Renata and Annette. I think we're going to focus, the spreadsheet is quite lengthy, but I think what we're going to try to focus on, Mr. Chairman, are the audit findings themselves, the corrective action plan approved by the commission, and the status of the implementation of that corrective action plan.
Okay, and as we do this, do you have a preference of back and forth discussion as it's presented, or do you want to do the whole presentation first? What's your thought?
Mr. Chairman, we're always happy to defer to the commission on that, but I think this one might be good to get through all of the findings and save questions and till the end. But again, if something comes up, we're happy to stop and address it.
Okay, so let's go forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Wayne, if you could maybe just focus on, or at least highlight the audit findings that would be addressed either directly or indirectly by the contract that we approved last week. I think you did. I think there's some language in there, but if you could just make it a point to highlight, which of those findings would be addressed through that contract.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, thank you for that reminder. We have included that in the status column. We are calling this the Accounting Process Improvement Project. So any references to that will be an attempt to focus on how that project will assist us in addressing not only the audit findings from FY20, but also in the preparation of future audits as well.
Terrific, thank you. Good question.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief of Staff, I just want to clarify why we are revisiting the audit findings. This was approved by the commission before under a previous ASD director, but new developments has come forth, which is new ASD director, a new contract for $20,000. And I also read in the newspaper what the chief of staff has stated. This is one of the worst audit findings I have ever read. That is the remark by our chief of staff to the media. So that's the reason why we are revisiting this issue, because I would like to know, is our chief of staff informing the commissioners the proper way? Is there new developments, or does he see a different angle from the previous audit findings that was approved by the commission? I think the chief of staff is lacking that statement to the commissioners. That's why I wanted to speak up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, just to be clear that I understand your point, your feeling is that you were not informed about Wayne's concerns ahead of time, and you felt like it got to the press before he'd expressed his concerns to you?
Well, the communication, there's communication can break down, but what I'm trying to pull out of our chief of staff is that what is his potential? What is his objective for taking these actions? Because this audit findings was already approved by the commissioners before. So what does he plan to seek from this discussion?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think this is a timely discussion for the Commission for the simple reason that we just wrapped up our last fiscal year and are moving into the next fiscal year. So we've had a year to implement the the robust corrective action plan that the commission approved with regard to the audit findings from FY20. So I believe it's an appropriate time to brief the commission on the progress that we have made on implementing that corrective action plan, because we just finished the fiscal year during the time during which we've been working on those audit findings. I think from the status update, the commission will see that we have made some progress on some of the audit findings. We may still have progress that needs to be made on others, but I think we wanted to make sure that the commission was fully informed of the progress that has been made on those FY20 audit findings over the last fiscal year.
Terrific. Okay, with that, are we ready to proceed to the presentation?
If we are, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to Renata and Annette, and I believe Sarah or someone's going to, much more talented at these things than I am, is going to help share that spreadsheet that I mentioned.
Okay, terrific.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Chief of Staff, I'm not seeing Renata on the call yet. I think she may be having some technical difficulties. But I can display, Wayne, if you'd like to go ahead, I can display the spreadsheet for you.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I'll see if I can get in touch with Renata as well to see. Thank you.
Are you able to see the spreadsheet?
I am, thank you.
Okay.
I'm multitasking here, just trying to send a quick text message, Mr. Chairman, if you could bear with me.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and get us started, and if Renata joins, then we can turn it over to her. So on the far left of this spreadsheet, Mr. Chairman, you'll see that these are the findings from the FY20 audit. The first one is related to the commission adjusted net book value, or I'll just read it, but the commission adjusted net book value of $40,022, originally $171,957, less accumulated depreciation of $131,935 from the capital assets listed during the year. The adjustments were made during the physical inventory performed by the commission. These assets consisted of building and equipment categories. Consisting of building and equipment categories could not be located. The commission suspects that these assets were disposed of in prior years, but the dispositions were not previously removed from the financial reports in the capital asset listing. And I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to read through all of these, but you all have it in front of you and can read as well. So Sarah, if we could go over to the far right column on this one to give a status update. PRC staff, we have assessed the inventory at the Fire Marshal Training Academy in Socorro. We did that in June. Due to teleworking, photographs were taken of the inventory. Also, those in possession of state vehicles have been required to provide photographs and relevant information to ensure that we're keeping track of those. We still need to complete a review of the inventory in the Cerrillo storage in Santa Fe. Final walkthrough of the inventory in the Bocan building is being planned for ASD. ASD identified a number of items that are not in PRC's possession on the capital assets list. However, those items are depreciated to a net value of zero. Also, certain inventory still needs to be transferred to the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the State Fire Marshal Program. The transfer and removal of the items from the PRC inventory list will be presented to the Commission for your final approval. That is a requirement. And responding to Commissioner Maestas, the accounting process improvement plan or project that we are undertaking will provide recommendations on improving financial controls related to these inventory issues that were addressed in the FY20 audit. Sarah probably gonna make everybody a little motion sick, but if we could go back over to the left-hand column for the next one.
Okay, and Wayne, I believe that Renata has joined us.
Okay, good. Renata, are you on?
Yes, I am on.
Morning. I've just covered the first one, so if you're ready, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to cover the other ones. I covered the finding and then gave the commission the status update, and we're going to try to get through them and hold questions to the end. But of course, if any commissioners have any questions, we'll try to address them at that time.
Am I able to share the screen, Sarah, that I have?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and do that. Just to make it a little bit bigger and maybe easier to read too. I'm hoping people can see that. So my apologies. I did not get my meeting notification, and I tend to get very involved in my work. And sometimes if I don't hear the beep, I'm not aware. And I haven't quite gotten used to when meetings start, but I will make a note that 9:30 is the start date in the future. So I do apologize. So I believe you got over the first one, which had to do with the non-compliance for capital asset disposition. To make this a little bit easier, there's a lot of information in between, as you've seen, but I thought, we could focus on what the finding is and kind of what the corrective action is, and then the status. So the second one was, it was other matter. It was refunds on travel advances, and that one was repeated and modified in fiscal year 20. So here, the corrective action was ASD requested that travel reconciliation to be performed by ASD staff prior to retirement, but it was not started nor completed as requested, and ASD will implement a closed door period during the first week of each month to allow ASD staff to focus and prioritize performing reconciliations. ASD has also established specific email distribution lists in an attempt to streamline communication between ASD financial and non-ASD financial staff. And then the chief of staff had directed the agency to utilize them appropriately. This will allow ASD to better prioritize incoming workload and to provide a more timely response. ASD performed a reconciliation of the travel advances and identified which employees still have not turned in their travel recoupment ISTs and receipts, and has identified with transactions have been recouped but need to be manually corrected by DFA through share with their permission level. Commission staff, which has not provided the recoupments, will need to be followed up a second time by ASD and the chief of staff to provide the IST recoupment and receipts. If they are unable to provide this, the traveler will be responsible for reimbursing the state for the travel advance. ASD will follow up with traveling staff directly that have non-recoup vouchers so that this is completed timely, and ASD will complete the prepaid travel reconciliation no later than the end of calendar year 2020 by accounts payable with oversight of ASD management. Additionally, ASD will run monthly reports to identify outstanding travel recoups. So where the status of this corrective action is at is ASD no longer allows for prepaid travel with the exception of when the P card was compromised. Outstanding prior recoupments have been received, and ASD has identified the activity that compromised the prepaid travel balances in fiscal years 2018, 19, and 20. So the issues with the prepaid travel balances went back years. Currently, one employee owes money to the PRC. ASD is working to clear the balances and share and reviews prepaid travel balances monthly. Also, email financial accounts by function have been established to streamline communication. And those functions include purchase orders, invoices, fleet regarding vehicles, contracts, and W-9s. ASD distributed IST timing submission requirements in the first quarter of FY21 and will develop a travel policy for PRC staff. The APIP will provide the PRC with the ability to better identify when transactions are not being balanced or netting to zero, and provide recommendations on improving internal controls related to this area. So the next finding is other non-compliance procurement code violation. As is required in MAPS, ASD self-reported the procurement violation to DFA and GSD once they were made aware that services were being rendered without a contract or approved PO in place, purchase order. ASD is in complete agreement with the seriousness of complying with the state's procurement code. Commission staff have been advised to contact ASD at least 2 to 3 months in advance to get all contracts and agreements executed, sole sources listed, etc., so that the complete and approved purchase order is in effect to start up services being rendered. For services starting in July, it's imperative ASD receive all the documentation from the program level no later than April. Commission agency-wide communication is being provided via email and in person so that all agency staff is educated on this issue. And DFA's Deputy State Controller performed 2 procurement trainings via Zoom to the Commission in October of 2020. Any Commission staff that is determined to have contributed to violating the procurement code will be required to attend DFA's training again, and potential disciplinary action may be taken. So ASD provides guidance and deadlines for beginning fiscal year contracts. This is to ensure procurements are in place for services with the July 1st start date. ASD will take a more active role in procurement and contracting process and is reviewing the use of a contract request form. The APIP may make additional recommendations on policy changes as it pertains to internal controls. I think I went too far. Let me see. Okay. For some reason, went too far over. Okay. I want to make sure I didn't skip. Yeah, I did skip one. Wait, no, 2. Okay. So that was on the travel reconciliation. And then it went to, I think I may have skipped this one. It's very weird. It went to procurement code violation. I apologize. I need to kind of go down this way. So we were at refunds of travel advances. We went to procurement. This is on standby time on call. The commission generally agrees that only supervisors should approve time for all employees of the commission. However, it is possible a supervisor's designee may approve time cards due to their absence or inability to access share, and such delegation needs to be documented, indicating such HR mass approval should no longer be accepted for time approvals, but may be necessary in order for commission to comply with oversight agency deadlines. If then appropriate, action should be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. Currently, HR consistently reminds supervisors when they have not met approving employees' time card deadlines, and this notification practice will continue. If supervisors frequently fail to approve their direct report times, then appropriate action may be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. The actual standby hours worked recorded on the program manager's time card were accurate and may appear to be excessive because there's a lack of a qualified individual that can participate in the program. There are currently 2 individuals qualified to participate. One is full-time lead inspector that travels throughout the state frequently. During calendar year 2019, the program was fortunate to have 3-person participating and rotating weekly. Due to deteriorated health, 1 person was forced into early retirement on December 31st, 2019. It was anticipated the program would be able to add 1 to 2 more individuals to the rotation in early 2020, but the COVID-19 pandemic ceased and delayed the mandatory federal training required to be qualified. In an attempt to increase the number of staff rotating in the program, the commission recently submitted a waiver request to the federal oversight agency, U.S. DOT Pipeline and Hazard Materials Safety Administration, that would allow staff to participate in the on-call program, recognizing they have experience in lieu of the mandatory training, but that was denied. The commission also solicited PHMSA to inquire of possible non-conforming issues with the hourly rate. PHMSA did not raise any grant obligation issues or concerns with the hourly rate. Regardless, the hourly rate will be adjusted to be lowered at the rate of all 3 roles of the program managers currently serving. This shall also apply to all employees eligible for and participating in on-call programs that may serve the commission in more than 1 role. So only 2 PRC, current status is only 2 PRC employees meet the correct requirements of on-call. And these 2 employees rotate on-call duties. Also, the program manager is now being paid at the program manager rate. The Office of the State Auditor has informed the PRC that this matter is still under review by OSA. As a result of recently requested review by the Chief of Staff, additional overpayment remissions may be required. The PRC is preparing an agreement to be signed by the program manager once DFA has confirmed the final amounts owed, likely in September. And that was a significant deficiency on that finding. Other matters, payroll files. The commission generally agrees that only the supervisor should approve time for employees in the commission. However, it is possible a supervisor designee may approve time cards due to absence or inability to access share, and such delegation needs to be documented, indicating such HR mass approval should no longer be accepted for time approvals, but may be necessary in order for the commission to comply with oversight agency deadlines. If this continues to occur, then HR will document and notify the supervisor. And if the issue continues, then appropriate action should be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. Currently, HR consistently reminds supervisors when they have not met approving employees' time card deadlines, and this notification practice will continue. If supervisors frequently fail to approve their direct reports time, then appropriate action may be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. ASD HR will be directed to perform a reconciliation of all personnel files in the storage facility to make sure that they are all found for each commission employee. This reconciliation will be performed by end of calendar year 2020. This way, audit sampling won't be difficult for next fiscal year's audit. The chief of staff position is the only position currently being approved by HR, and the APIP trial balance tool will validate payroll expenditures and payroll liabilities, thus avoiding issues with adjustments that impact reconciliation of payroll to share financial. Other matters, the next finding deals with monitoring cell phones. ASD-IT currently has software programs to download text messages sent and receive on agency-owned cell phones. ASD will delegate the duty to find a method to monitor ASD cell phone usage in real time to make sure that their use is appropriate. ASD-IT will make software recommendations for real-time monitoring by December 1st, 2020. Information technology, the status right now, IT did review methods to monitor agency cell phone usage. However, management decided to update the code of conduct to outline appropriate use of cell phones by PRC employees. Okay, and that was the procurement code. For some reason, I jumped down in the spreadsheet earlier. This is other Non-Compliance Public Money Act. As stated above, this clearly results in the commission having to move their belongings into storage until the COVID-19 pandemic public health order are rescinded and are awarded appropriations for a private lease. Moving forward, each program area of the commission will maintain their own deposit logs on the commission network. At the end of each month, ASD will reconcile the deposit logs for accuracy, completeness versus the posting to the GL. So ASD is maintaining a deposit log currently that is reconciled daily. The APIP trial balance tool will validate deposits and reconcile the deposits to the general ledger on a regular basis, which will enable ASD staff to identify if a deposit was not logged in to share log correctly into the deposit log, and will help improve deposit process. This will assist the agency in preparing the audit future years. APIP will also provide recommendations on other improvements to deposit process. Other non-compliance reversion, the corrective action was ASD will work with PRC program managers to gather a copy of all applicable grant billing supporting documentation to ASD in a timely fashion around mid-July, with a deadline around mid-August of each year. ASD will meet with program managers on a monthly basis to ensure the expenditures and revenue are recognized in the correct accounting period. ASD will ensure the funds and accounts are reconciled. This will allow ASD to have sufficient time to calculate the reversion amount to DFA and to revert prior to the annual September 30th deadline. ASD, currently the status, ASD has not yet completed transitioning the drawdowns and reconciliation of federal grants from the program to ASD. Department and reporting categories have been implemented by ASD to track federal funding. The task profiles of PRC staff have been updated and share HCM with the department and reporting categories tied to the federal level. The APIP will validate allotments, deposits, expenditures, operating transfers, payroll expenditures and liabilities, unposted journal entries, and review other journal entries. This will ensure an accurate calculation of reversion amounts to Department of Finance and Administration. The next finding was other matters, commissioner travel. The corrective action is the commissioner will remind all traveling staff to get the most economical manner practical when traveling on state business as per 2.42.2.12.B.1 NEMAC, New Mexico Administrative Code. The commission will consider amending current policies to ensure an adequate level of pre-approved travel documents are true and accurate and include approved appropriate justification. The status on this corrective action is it has not been addressed yet. So the beginning of these findings address what is known as financial statement findings. So those findings that I just went through deal with the financial statement findings. There is also a section below that's included in the audit report that deals with federal award findings. There was a significant deficiency on grant tracking, repeat and modified. And again, with the federal award findings, they can overlap with prior findings. With this corrective action, the commission uses department codes to keep track of federal awards. Using department codes are not effective when federal awards have different grant periods. The share accounting system has a grant module that is capable of tracking grant award, grant period, payroll, and expenditure allocations. All allowable costs should be processed through the grant module. The commission should consult with the Department of Finance and Administration about implementing the grant module and share. ASD has communicated with Department of Information and Technology on implementing the grant module that will allow the commission to track grant revenue and expenditures. The commission will advise that the contract amount needed to perform the grant module implementation is approximately $300,000. The commission will submit a supplemental appropriation request to DFA state budget to fund this amount due October 30th, 2020. This amount is subject to legislative discretion during the forthcoming 2021 legislative session. In the meantime, the commission will work to implement the combo codes in HCM. This way, commission employees who perform duties involving the grants will be able to record their time via HCM time entries into the associated grant department codes. Non-200 category expenditure POs will be set up in the appropriate department codes so that the expenditures are recognized as incurred, leading to easier reconciliation of expenditures to grant revenues. Program level railroad and pipeline safety pipeline staff will need to recognize their appropriate expenditures reimbursable by the grants upon incurring of the expenditure, not after and not at the end of the fiscal year. ASD management will work directly with program managers on a monthly basis to reconcile expenditures and to review all billings and associated grant documents. So the status of this corrective action is ASD worked with the Department of Information and Technology to review the viability of the share grant module. However, PRC did not have the budget of $300,000 to institute the grant module in the 2021 legislative session. PRC did request but did not receive a special appropriation for the grant module. ASD is working on transitioning the drawdowns and reconciliation of federal grants to ASD. Department and reporting categories have been implemented by ASD to track federal funding. The task profile of PRC staff have been updated and share HCM with the department and reporting categories tied to the federal funding. The APIP will review the progress of this finding and make recommendations for additional improvements. The next one under federal award findings is also a significant deficiency on the standby time. I think this is pretty similar to the write-up above regarding the corrective action. The commission generally agrees that only supervisors should approve time for all employees of the commission. However, it is possible supervisors, designees may approve time cards due to their absence or inability to access share, and such delegations need to be documented, i.e. email, etc., indicating such. HR mass approval should no longer be accepted for time approvals, but may be necessary in order for commission to comply with oversight agency deadlines. If this occurs, this continues to occur, then HR will document and notify the supervisor. And if the issue continues, then appropriate action should be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. Currently, HR constantly reminds supervisors when they have not met approving employee time card deadlines, and this notification practice will continue. If supervisors frequently fail to approve their direct report time, then appropriate action may be initiated, including possible disciplinary action. The actual standby hours worked reported on the program manager's time card were accurate and may appear to be excessive because of the lack of individuals qualified individuals that can participate in the program. There are currently 2 individuals qualified to participate, and one is full-time lead inspector that travels throughout the state frequently. During calendar year 2019, the program was fortunate to have 3 persons participating and rotating weekly. Due to deterring health, 1 person was forced into early retirement on December 31st, 2019. It was anticipated the program would be able to add 1 to 2 more individuals to the rotation in early 2020, but COVID-19 pandemic ceased and delayed mandatory federal training required to be qualified. In an attempt to increase number of staff rotating in the program, the commission has recently submitted a waiver request to the Federal Oversight Agency, USDOT, Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, that would allow staff to participate in the on-call program, recognizing they have experience in lieu of the mandatory training that was denied. The commission also solicited PHMSA to inquire of possible non-conforming issues with the hourly rate. PHMSA did not raise any grant obligation issues or concerns with the hourly rate. Regardless, the hourly rate will be adjusted to be at the lower rate of all 3 roles of the program managers currently serving. This shall also apply to all employees eligible for and participating in on-call programs that may serve the commission in more than 1 role. The status of this corrective action is only 2 PRC employees meet the requirement of on-call. These 2 employees rotate the on-call duties, and the Office of the State Auditor has informed PRC that this matter remains under review by OSA as a result of recently review requested by the Chief of Staff. Additional remissions may be required. The PRC is preparing an agreement to be signed by the program manager once DFA has confirmed the final amounts owed, likely in September. And I think that is it. There were 11, I believe, total, 2 under the federal, and then there were 9 that were under the financial statement findings. So at this point, are there any questions in regards to any of the corrective actions or the status of the corrective actions for FY20?
Commissioners, feel free to jump in. So Renata, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll ask a question, and actually it's something I just noticed on my screen about internal purchase request forms.
Yes.
Yeah, and so we're changing the procedure there. Can you tell me what precipitated that and just give me a little bit of background?
So there's a couple of things. When you look at the findings from the FY20 audit, one of the components really is reconciliation, and it's reconciliation often between share and just making sure that we are reconciling to share. Share is the book of record, making sure that what is documented and shared is as accurate as possible. One of the other components that I've kind of seen in the audit findings is just in regards to internal control processes. And that is kind of a primary, actually, not just even a primary, but it's required by New Mexico Administrative Code that chief financial officers really oversee the internal control processes for a state agency. So by implementing the IPR, what that does is establish a process where we're making sure that we're always approving the budget of the purchases to make sure that we actually do have adequate budget to move forward with that purchase. But it also assists ASD in that, once we approve, we're also putting on the accounting stream for that purchase, so that when it goes to the purchasing agent within ASD, they are inputting into share the correct accounting stream for that purchase into the system. So it even does more than that, because if I back it up, that form has a requester that has to have their supervisor approve that purchase, so that every supervisor is aware of what's being requested and what's being brought forth, and they're approving what's being purchased out of their department budget.
Okay. And as you went through the list of findings, they seemed to touch on a lot of different aspects of the agency. I mean, we had travel advances, we had property, how well we're keeping track of our fixed assets. It touched on a lot of areas. In terms of just kind of a general overview of our controls and our disciplines, do you have kind of a general comment to make about that, about where we are and where we need to go?
I think when it comes to administrative service divisions, there's always room for improvement on processes. It's something that we're continually working on, and anyone in ASD should continually be working on. And really, at the end of the day, by putting these processes, procedures, even policies in place, it's mentioned ASD is looking at a travel policy. We're trying to make it really clear and define what the roles are, what the role of ASD is, what we need from the programs to get the services in place, get the purchases done to make sure that business can happen. I think one of the best ways I've ever heard ASD described as was a former secretary I worked for. She was testifying to the LFC, and she basically stated that ASD is like the tires on the vehicle. And she told the committee, if the vehicle's flat, it's not going anywhere. So, we need to do our due diligence on our side in ASD of making sure that the processes are in place, that people know how to get a PO in place, that people know how to request a contract, to make sure that we're assisting them in getting RFPs created, that in any way possible regarding anything budget or finance wise, that we are in there and we're making sure that we are supporting the divisions so that they can reach their goals and objectives.
Okay. And in terms of the findings, I guess the sense that I'm getting is that this is about continuous improvement. This is not about dumping on people. Would that be a correct way to characterize where you guys are coming from? Because I don't want people running around in fear because of an audit. The purpose of an audit is to find things that we need to improve on, and that's should be a constructive exercise.
Yes.
Would that be an accurate way to put this?
Yes. And I can say this because I used to be a program evaluator at the LFC, and they used to call us auditors. And there's a connotation when you hear the word auditor that people are like, no, but the reality is I always view it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to kind of see where things may be not working, or maybe there are areas that we need to improve, or just, again, there's always room for improvement. There's always room for better processes, and just trying to streamline things and making sure that we are defining those roles, that those internal controls are in place, that, I often say, to me, ASD is the front line for liability for an agency. Our job is to reduce the liability to an agency, to make sure we are following procurement code, that we are dotting our I's and crossing our T's. So, to me, I look at these findings and I look at opportunities to improve processes, opportunities to really, help the agency operate even more effective and efficiently.
Right. Okay. So this is a case of eyes wide open, but it's not a case of gotcha. And so I just want everyone in the agency to understand that that's the case, and that the worst thing that can happen is that people feel like they're under attack and they start hiding things. What the best thing is to just get everything out there and give everything a chance to improve. And that's what I'm hearing from you, and thank you. That's appreciated.
It's a team effort.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, thank you, Renata. I was just sitting here thinking, I had asked that this presentation be made several months ago, but I think it's good to revisit it because if there are outstanding audit findings that haven't been addressed yet, I think we should be cognizant of it and not just aware of it, but aware that there's a plan to address them. And so, what I would recommend is that I think we're ready to get these findings and put them in the form of a corrective action plan with milestone deadlines to address them, because I think a lot of these things can be done concurrently. For example, amending or updating our travel policy, as the chairman mentioned. I don't like the use of travel advances, and when I travel, I will refuse a travel advance. I will refuse the use of a P card and have only certified employees make a P card purchase, and it should be just for something that's very transparent and apparent, like hotel costs, for example, or airfare. And then the attachment of conference agendas, I guess, for commissioner travel. And so, we need to hold ourselves accountable. I've taken 2 trips and I was just so petrified about, doing the right thing and providing the right documentation. But I think in all honesty, it's probably past due for us to update our travel policy. I realize, Renata, you just got started, but I think there's certain low-hanging fruit here in these findings that we can address right away. And I think that is the continuous part of continuous improvement, that we are addressing these as we go along. Obviously, preparing good financial statements is a bit more complex and more involved. One thing that a CPA friend said that all too often for audits is the auditor prepares the financial statement instead of the agency. And so I think that through this contract, we're being proactive in preparing our own financial statements and not relying on the auditor. So I see a lot of positive aspects of this, but I really feel we need to get to work, on this action plan, particularly on those issues that we can move on right now, like updating our travel policy. So thank you for doing this.
Somebody.
No, I was just going to say, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, and that's a requirement of the state auditor's office. State agencies do have to do their own financial statements.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Maestas. We should be doing continuous improvement. I think we do in a way, but this certainly regularizes it, and I think it helps communicate the whole notion to staff, which you encapsulated pretty well, Mr. Chairman, that these are not gotchas. These are continuous improvement opportunities. And I remember when the culture was different in the past, and if you heard you might have done something that might be an audit finding, that was an experience of high stress. And it doesn't need to be that way, but one way we can prevent people from feeling like they've committed a sin or something is to have good processes in place. And I think the travel processes we have do bear some scrutiny there because, well, I guess the facts speak for themselves. There are a lot of things that need to still be corrected, but I for one also I've never taken a travel advance and I wouldn't. It just seems like, a problem waiting to happen. So I think that especially communicating to staff that these are not instances where they're going to be punished if something goes wrong. Rather, these are areas where we're looking to improve. And that's why we look at them, and that's why we're maybe creating new changes here and there is a good thing for the mental health of our agency. And also putting proper guidelines and guardrails out there where there are areas where problems occur, and then try to solve them that way. I think this is the right thing to do. So those are my thoughts.
I'll make a follow-up request, I guess. And Renata, I'm sure you've run up into this a lot in your career, that sometimes we put processes in place that unwittingly create traps for employees, where it's a process that's complicated enough or weird enough that they can make a mistake and suddenly it makes them look like a bad actor. And I guess what I'd ask is, as we put processes in place, that we give careful consideration to how we can make things streamlined and easy so that people are not prone to making the mistake that makes them look like a bad actor. And there's an art to this, and the art is, how do you make it straightforward enough that we're not creating traps for employees by our processes? And so I just ask you and Wayne to obviously keep that front of mind as you do what you're doing. From what you explained, it sounds to me like you're totally on top of that. But again, I just want to make it clear that when we're doing a good job in ASD, there's fewer trap doors there for folks.
Mr. Chair, I'm a big believer in keeping things simple. I'm the first to say that, I'm going to comply to statute, rules, regulations, but I also do want to keep things simple, and I've also learned, you put processes in place and sometimes they need to be tweaked. And I'm totally open and fine with that. And every agency's needs are different. And so that's something that, as I learn, I'll be looking at that. I think you don't ever just put a process in place and that's that. There's, again, constant improvement that takes place.
Okay. And coming back to the contract that we discussed last week and approved, in terms of these findings that we're talking about, are there specific points in these findings that this contract addresses? And would you be specific about those?
There's about 5 findings within the 11 that deal with reconciliation issues. And the tool that will be developed will really help us in regards to the reconciliation. And again, making sure that we are reconciling to share, and share as the book of record. That's what our audit is based on in the financial statements. But there are also a number of findings here where there can be discussion and even recommendations on internal control processes and improvements that would come into play with that contract. So it really does help in regards to addressing the 5 findings that really have reconciliation issues, but also has potential to help us with other findings and kind of looking at internal controls and making sure that we're putting those processes and those guardrails in place. And if we do it well, you're right, there are no pitfalls. Things run smoothly.
Can you enumerate the 5?
I can. I actually looked at that. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna have to look. Just give me 1 second. Had so many different files open today. But that's all good.
I was just complaining to Commissioner Maestas yesterday. We had a phone conversation, and I cannot multitask. So when I see someone like you going between screens, I'm just like green with envy, just wishing I could actually do that.
Sometimes I feel like it's a little out of hand, but but it's all good. So one of the findings I looked at was the refunds for the travel advances. And I knew that the trial balance-based tool would validate expenditures, and that will help us identify when accounting transactions are not balancing or netting to zero. So that was one. Another one I looked at was the payroll files. The tool that's being developed for the trial balance would validate payroll expenditures and payroll liabilities. And it was noted, in the corrective action about the issue of timely approving of timesheets, and that this could create issues with adjustments that could impact the reconciliation of payroll to share financial. So it will definitely assist with that. Another one is the Public Monies Act. I know that the trial balance tool that validates deposits. So this will help us with the reconciliation of the deposit logs in regards to that finding. The reversion, that tool validates allotments, deposits, expenditures, operating transfers, payroll expenditures, payroll liabilities, and unposted journals, and it even reviews other journal entries. So this will be a huge tool in making sure that we have an accurate calculation for the reversion amount for DFA in regards to that finding. And then on the grant tracking, this tool is also going to create our schedule of expenditures of federal awards. It's called CFA. So the CFA will be completed in accordance with uniform guidance, and this will help us, the CFA will include defining expenditures. So the CFA can assist in reconciling throughout the year on the federal grants. So that's another finding that it'll assist with. And I think those were the ones that I specifically was able to look at and know that those are things that we are definitely gonna, with that tool, it'll assist us in addressing those findings and hopefully resolve that moving forward.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's all the data on these issues is there and it's in the system. The purpose of the tool is to essentially create kind of a better management reporting structure that you can capture the what's happening and the implications more easily than if you had to sort through everything as it currently is.
Mr. Chair, it does kind of 3 things. One thing is it really gives us the ability to reconcile even on a monthly basis to share, so that we're not waiting to the end of the audit to reconcile numbers. It's something that we can monitor and really be on top of. The second thing it does, and it blows my mind even now, but it takes the GL from share and it really does produce the financial statements. It produces the charts and the graphs that go into your audit report. So it's an amazing tool for pulling together the audit report. And then the third thing is really—
So we don't have anything doing that now?
Well, not like that. Right now, we would take the information out of share and we would create those charts and graphs ourselves. This already has them established and populates them within the tool.
Okay.
And then the third thing is the CFA. and just making sure we do have the CFA set up for the tracking of the federal grants. It was kind of an interesting situation when I was at ECECD. The CFA, it can be generated from the grant module also. And I saw in the work that Anthony did there, we actually were able to validate that the CFA generating from the grant module was not working correctly. So we were able to work with DoIT and get that fixed because we have something to reconcile against now, right? Even back to share and see that. So those are the three primary things that what that work on the tool will provide for PRC.
Okay. My grilling is done with that. Thank you. Your answers are very clear and thoughtful. I appreciate it. So other commissioners, any follow-up questions?
Mr. Chair, I just want to say I really appreciate this presentation. This has been very informative to me. Very informative to me. You know, I recall that we've had presentations in the past as well, but this spreadsheet presentation to me is just very helpful. So I just want to say thank you, Renata, for this hard work, and thank you, Wayne, as well, for bringing us Renata. I think that from what I'm hearing, we're going to be on better financial footing as we go forward. I particularly like the idea of being able to reconcile things on a monthly basis. I mean, otherwise, I mean, the idea of reconciling somebody's travel budget, for example, by the end of a fiscal year kind of makes my head hurt. I like the idea of just keeping track of everything on a monthly basis. And it sounds like we can do so much more, especially with this tool. So I just want to congratulate you both for doing such a good job. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to say, I really appreciate, I know it sort of left a kind of a bad impression at the end of our meeting last week when you know, there was an impression made, I think inadvertently, that Wayne maybe didn't know answers to questions, but what had gone through my head was he, as he said, wasn't prepared to present at that time. And now I understand why, because there's quite a lot in what you just presented to us. And I'm glad you didn't try to just shoot from the hip last week, Wayne, because that just doesn't work with this much information and these many levels at which to review and assess it. So thank you very much for your forbearance then, and I appreciate us going forward on such in such an organized way. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, can you throw up the agenda again?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm doing that
No,
right
I don't
now.
mean literally throw up, you know what I mean.
Got it.
That's later. No.
Give me just 1 second.
Okay, thanks.
Are you able to see it now?
Yes. So we've got the report and the presentation, and I'm going to just ask the commissioners. It feels to me like we covered both of those, but if we haven't, please let me know so we can be sure we've covered everything we need to. Okay, I'm going to take silence as agreement that we covered items 6 and 7 on the agenda. So we're going on to item 8, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second,
Second,
Okay, Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the July 10th, 2021 open meeting minutes are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Terrific. And now we're on to consent action items. Mike, could you give us the reading?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, and I'll second.
Second,
And commissioners, before I take the roll, I'll read the titles of the actions, of the matters. They are transportation cases 21-00178 M in the matter of the application of Rio Medical Transport LLC for an amendment to its certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service. This is a potential order regarding application for amendment to certificate. Case 21-00179 TRM in the matter of the application of Aid Care Trans LLC for a certificate to provide non-emergency medical transport service. Also a potential order regarding application for certificate. Matters are cases 19-00106 UT in the matter of applications for 2020 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per 17.11.10.31 NMAC. This is a potential order regarding Windstream's request for disbursement concerning capital project. Case 21-00104 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company for a variance from Rule 17.10.640 NMAC for its May 2021 gas cost factor statement. That's a potential order regarding application for variance. Case 21-00140 UT in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company's in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for a variance from Rule 17.10.640 NMAC for its June 2021 gas cost factor statement. This is a potential order regarding application for variance. Case 21-0015154 UT in the matter of the petition for declaratory order or in the alternative application of San Juan Solar Project LLC for determination of right-of-way width for the San Juan Solar Gentie. This is a potential order. Case 21-00193 UT in the matter of the petition of Sacred Wind Communications, Inc. for support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund. And this is a potential order appointing hearing examiner. I will call the roll of the roll for votes. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, let's move on to regular action items. 21-194 TREN in the matter of the investigation of Loco movers. Now, is this the item that we talked about earlier, Michael, that you brought up as the emergency?
That is, yes, that is it.
Okay, good, because we put it at the top, I know. Okay. Hans, please lead us through it.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Fishman and commissioners. This matter comes before the commission upon the staff's petition requesting issuance of orders to show cause and to cease and desist. As you may recall from last week, there had been a formal complaint issued against Loco movers which was dismissed due to settlement between the parties. However, the commission opened up this docket regarding further investigation as to whether LMI had been operating without a certificate and operating authority from the commission. My proposed order that I sent out late last night indicates the proposed order requires Loco movers to cease and desist all business operations until LMI has successfully been granted a certificate and operating authority from the commission. The order gives Loco movers until September 1st, 2021 to file a completed application to the Transportation Division and file a response as to show cause why they should not be fined for violations of the Motor Carrier Act. The order appoints a hearing examiner to set an expedited hearing and make a recommended decision to the commission as to if LMI's operations prior to the order endanger the public health and safety, and what proposed fines and penalties should be assessed for violations of the Motor Carrier Act. Transportation, in their petition, transportation staff reviewed and reported that Loco Movers has been operating without a certificate from the commission for at least 6 years, based upon an admission during the investigation, and potentially since 2002, based upon website marketing on Loco Movers' website. Staff has requested that Loco Movers be sent in order to cease and desist its operations and show cause why it should not be fined. I recommend the proposed order as it will assign a hearing officer to preside over an expedited hearing to determine the extent of LMI's operations as to LMI endangering the public health and safety, and make a recommendation to the commission for fines and penalties for any violations it finds. It should be noted, however, that with our current schedule, the proposed order gives the hearing examiner authority to extend the hearing time out as needed for purposes of scheduling. And with that, I'll stand for any questions the commissioners might have.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Anyway, Hans, I'll just go ahead. I just had a question about the timing of this order. Part C of the order under the now therefore be it resolved requires them to submit a complete application by September 2nd. But is there any consideration of the timeline when the hearing examiner may act on this? In other words, should we just have basically a cease and desist period until the hearing examiner renders a recommended decision on this case and not have them submit an application? What's the reason for that, I guess, for the procedure, the timing, and should we consider the anticipated or expected timing of action by the hearing examiner?
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. If the cease and desist order, once it is issued, it will be in effect. Now, we did have some discussion as to this. If, for example, if LMI provided their application and the 20 days with no objections period has passed, then it is time for the commission to review whether or not to issue a certificate. It could be noted that they could ask for temporary authority pending for that period, depending upon the ultimate outcome of the hearing examiner's decision. So we do have some alternatives to work with. In terms of, I don't want to kind of pigeonhole the hearing examiners into, you must make a decision within 40 days, considering the change in personnel we are experiencing in our current hearing and the current very heavy schedule that the hearing examiners are under. So we have some alternatives that we could work with when that time comes. But in terms of asking them to give a completed application to us in 20 days, that portion, I don't see why they would have a problem with that.
I guess my heartburn is, should we even allow them to operate? You know, let's just say they submit their application, there's no protests, and then we grant them approval, but yet the hearing examiner has not rendered a decision. And if they've been operating, you know, without a certification for a long time, which they have, is it really prudent for us to even do that? I think the only reason for us to have them submit a complete application is to declare their intent to continue operating, at least, you know, within the confines of the law. But I just, you know, and if it's our procedure, then I see an issue with our procedure, but I just don't think they should operate pending the hearing examiner's decision and commission action. That's kind of my point.
I understand your concern there, and yeah, I will bow. Jeff is probably chomping here to make Commissioner Byrd, sorry, but I'm kind of piggybacking off of his comments he made earlier last week that our ultimate goal should be bring them into compliance, and then kind of assessing this from a standpoint of if this were a person that had operating authority and we were suspending that operating authority pending the outcome, we still want to bring them into compliance first to get them registered and with an operating authority before the commission. So I'm trying to balance those two interests. And like I said, I think ultimately when it comes time for the Transportation Division to make a recommendation of the certificate to the commission, we can address that concern at that time.
I want to hear from Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you.
Byrd.
I am sitting here unmuted, waiting to jump in. I was. So here's my perspective. I don't see that staff is proposing a fine, at least not yet, which I take it to indicate that Loco Movers is working with our staff. Their desire is to be compliant. They just were not. Usually if they're obstructive, then staff gets more aggressive and will be requesting more than what we are doing right now. The reasons for not suspending them completely is that I suspect they already have arrangements made with people to move furniture, household goods, whatever it is they're moving. And that would be a disruption on that part for the people of New Mexico. And if staff don't find that they are just willfully misusing the trust of the people in New Mexico, but rather just innocently not complying with law, which does sometimes happen, I don't think we should penalize them to that extent yet. There's still more to come, right? There's more investigation that has to be done. They have to fill out the forms, get everything done. We may sometime between now and then find that there was, or our staff, I should say, because I'm not actually involved in that. Our staff may find that there is a reason why they did not comply, and that reason justifies a fine and further actions. So I still think that, like I said last week, I hope that our goal is to, let's get them into compliance. We don't need to force them if they were not already willing to do so. And that's my take. I'll yield back to Hans or Commissioner Maestas to hear what you got to think or what you have to say on that.
Thanks, Commissioner. I guess let me just conclude is I still feel like we're putting the hearing examiner maybe in a difficult position in that we're bringing them into compliance, knowing that they've been operating without a certificate since 2002. And then what if the hearing examiner comes down with some heavy fines or, possibly greater sanctions in a very short period of time? In other words, between the time we may or potentially grant them their certification and the time that the hearing examiner would render a decision. So I don't think that the impact is going to be all that great. I think the cease and desist order should continue all the way through the proceedings by the hearing examiner. That's kind of my take. I just don't see a lot of time allowing them to operate realistically in the absence of any protests and the required 20-day, period, protest period. But I'm willing to listen to my other colleagues as well. But I just want you to think about the other operators that have been in compliance. They expend a lot of money and go through our process, abide by the rules, renew their certification. Thank God there hasn't been any incidents, during that time when they were not certified, because it maybe doesn't paint our own agency in the best light, where we didn't know that this transportation operator was operating without a certification for this amount of time. So I just want my colleagues to be cognizant of the folks that have been abiding by the law and our rules and procedures. And I just don't see a lot of benefit in processing their application pending the hearing examiner's actions. And that's all I'm going to say about this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. Hans, do we have someone from the Transportation Division who can answer a couple questions?
Mr. Chair, if we're going to send this to a hearing examiner, does that make sense to do? We used to do that all the time, and I think it's irregular, personally, because transportation is.
I'm
We
sorry
used to
that we
do
should
that
not
occasionally,
do.
and I think it's irregular to
Okay.
speak to a party to the case and ask for factual information.
I think you're correct. Probably thank you. Good advice.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments on this issue?
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess I would say that I appreciate what Commissioner Maestas is saying, but I think it is good to get the company to get registered, go through the process of being submitting an application. But I mean, I would point out that, they're still being ordered to come in and show cause why they shouldn't be fined. I think fining is definitely something on the table. It's on my thoughts. I mean, if they've been working since 2002 without a license, and other movers have had a license, that doesn't compute. And so we need to look into that. And so, I think we should do everything that the order is suggesting, get them to file an application so we get all their information, and then appoint a hearing examiner. I'm sure hearing examiners can juggle their schedules how they have to. And maybe I'm not trying to insinuate that they should wait until they hear, well, I don't know what I'm trying to say there, but I think they should proceed however they need to proceed. I think what we've got is a good approach for both just a registration approach, getting them into our system, and then also pursuing the possible penalty approach as well. So I'm satisfied with the order. I'll move it. I'd like to move to approve the order.
First of all, is there a second, and then just a little more discussion? I'm not ready to second yet until I ask Hans a couple more questions.
Sure.
No problem.
So Hans, maybe you can give a little more background. Is there a record of any other complaints against these folks in the past?
No, this was the first formal complaint that has been brought to our attention. So, yeah, there suggests that maybe that has the potential to suggest maybe they're doing a good job. But I think I'll throw this out as an example, maybe to balance some of these concerns that we have. I mean, first and foremost, like Commissioner Byrd has indicated, the idea is to get them into compliance. The statutes specifically say no person shall offer a motor carrier service without first getting a certificate from the commission. So right now they shouldn't be in service, and that's just statutory. But the idea of fines, which the staff's petition did cite to the statutory requirements and the administrative procedure penalties that are available to the commission. But that to me is what we need more information from, that I would expect the hearing examiner to get to the details of. Like, for example, and I have no knowledge of this, so I'm just throwing it out there, maybe they have been insured the entire time that they have been in operation. That would be one thing. Maybe that doesn't endanger the public health and safety as much as, oh, they haven't been insured the entire time they've been in operation. So these are good. And what is the length of that period? I mean, the commission suspends operations of people with operating authority if they haven't proven financial responsibility. We do that straightforward. So that should apply the same to a person who has never sought our certificate. But in terms of dealing with fines and penalties, that to me is something that we can assess down the road. And the commission does have leeway under the statutes to take into effect a recommended penalty and apply that penalty or assess a lesser penalty. But that, I mean, as I've indicated, that's down the road a little bit for me for right now. This proposed order before you is really just to start us in the proper manner to get them into compliance and make sure that there's nothing on the roads right now that endanger the public safety.
Okay. And have they been cooperative so far in terms of discussions with staff and you?
I mean, I have not specifically had any conversation with them. I've read the report from the investigation, and they have cooperated, but I don't want to really elaborate on that. There has been back and forth, I say, between staff and the individual responsible.
And do we know if they have insurance in this point in time?
I have no knowledge of that right now.
Okay. Because I guess where I'm coming down on this is that I agree with Commissioner Byrd, compliance is the goal. But if they don't have insurance, they shouldn't be operating until they get insurance, even if we adopt Commissioner Byrd's philosophy here, which I think is a good one, quite frankly. So that would be my major concern.
Well, just the fact that if they have insurance, obviously, well, that's a good thing, but we still are tasked with enforcing the statute that says no person shall operate a motor carrier service without first getting a certificate from the PRC.
Right.
There's just no way around.
Yeah, so it's cease and desist until the application, and then the application would require them to have insurance, is your point?
Correct.
Okay.
And drug testing and everything else that goes with that, ensuring that the public safety isn't in danger.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
So the order that is proposed, and I will go ahead and second the motion, but it is a cease and desist, but it allows them to come in for temporary authorization. Right. I don't believe our staff would authorize them to continue if they don't meet all the requirements anyway.
Yep.
So this is a cease and desist order to stop all actions, but I still think we allow them to come in and get temporary approvals pending further investigation, of course, just like it's laid out in this order.
Yep. Okay. So
Mr.
we've
Chair,
got-
before we go to a vote, I said that I said enough about it, but I want to also point out a few other things. One is that we're tying up a hearing examiner, and our hearing examiners are extremely busy. We have a high caseload. We have very complex cases. And this is tying up a hearing examiner, number one. And then number two, this order is offering an expedited public hearing. And so I think that is a great concession, to this operator that doesn't have a certification right now, to expedite it, to render a decision. So I would support this order with a few amendments. One is that the cease and desist continues all the way through the commission action regarding the hearing examiner's recommendation, number one. And then number two, that the application, that we still require the application be submitted by September 2nd, but we hold it in abeyance pending the outcome of commission action in this case.
So you're formally presenting those as amendments?
Well, yes. I'm going to go down in flames on this one, but I do propose an amendment to allow the cease and desist to continue all the way through the process that ends in commission action regarding the hearing examiner's recommended decision, and that the application still be required by September 2nd, but the application not be processed and held in abeyance pending the outcome of commission action.
So I'll just throw another idea at you, not to change what you're presenting. Seems to me there's a couple options here. One is we could take away expediting the hearing to allow our hearing examiners more flexibility, but then still allow, if they get their application in and it's all good, allow that to happen. The other course would be the one you've just suggested, which I'm hearing as keep the expedited hearing, but the cease and desist carries on through the hearing. Do you have a preference?
I'm open just to remove the commitment to have an expedited hearing, just to give hearing examiners, as you said, more latitude in scheduling their time. I'm okay with that.
And then that would still allow them to apply and start operating again, but not put that stress on our hearing examiners.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
So if you want to make that amendment, I would second that.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I would like to address that since I'm the movement. And I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Take out the word expedited. Everything else in the order is the same, as far as I can tell, with what an ordinary order would be. And I would consider that a friendly amendment. And
They're still
I think it'll be
operating.
fine.
That way they're still operating. But we don't stress the agency. And I think that maybe covers Commissioner Byrd's concerns as well, but he'll let us know. Commissioner Byrd.
I will second the amendment to the order.
And then what else did you have, Commissioner Maestas? You said two things. I want to be sure we capture it all.
Commissioner Maestas?
Whoops.
He's
did you lose
talking.
sound?
Might have inadvertently.
He's freezing us out.
Joe, can you hear us? Commissioner Maestas, can you hear
Yeah,
us?
I can hear you. Sorry, my AirPods went out for a bit, but I can hear you now.
Oh,
Okay.
so
Well,
is there
there was-
anything else? Does this cover what your concerns are?
Yes.
Okay, we're fine. We've got a
Okay.
motion in a second.
So we've got, let's just vote the amendment first and then we'll vote the whole thing.
Chairman Fishman, I just want to clarify one thing on the amendment, since for correction of the record, I am eliminating the word expedited from the the order. The response date for Loco movers for their application and the response as to the order to show cause are currently in the order for September 1st, which is 20 days correctly based upon statutory requirements. I believe Commissioner Mastis had said September 2nd, but September 2nd is when I have Transportation Division staff filing as to whether LMI had successfully entered that application. So the deadline is in fact September 1st, not September 2nd.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So commissioners, are we ready for a vote on the amendment to take out the word expedited in terms of the hearing?
Mr. Chair, I think Hans is pointing out another place. Hans, are you not talking about there's a difference in the date between paragraph B and paragraph C and the ordering paragraphs? B says September 1 that they
Right. That is for Loco movers. That is their response date.
they shall submit an application by no later than close of business September 1. That's what it says in paragraph B. And then
Correct.
transportation staff shall file into this docket a report. Okay, no later than September 2. Fine.
Yeah.
No, that's all fine. So fine, let's proceed.
Okay. So Mike, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And thank you, Commissioner Maestas, for taking us through that. I think that was worthwhile.
If anything, I wore you down.
Pardon? Well,
I think I wore you down.
you know, all's fair in love and war, right? So we're on to item 20-181. And that's in the matter of the order to show cause against Running Bear Rescue in the matter of the formal complaints of Wendy Jo Ashworth and David Killinger against Running Bear Rescue, DBA, Rocky Mountain EMS, in the matter of the petition of the Transportation Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission for immediate suspension of the operating authority of Running Bear Rescue, RMEMS, to provide ambulance service. So Carolyn and Judy, please lead us through it.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission. This matter comes before you today upon the above referenced 3 consolidated cases and upon the recommended decision issued by the hearing examiner, Carolyn Glick, on July 20th, 2021. I have a proposed order and I would like to go through the exceptions filed by Rocky Mountain EMS, but I think it would be appropriate first for Carolyn to go through her recommended decision unless the commissioner would ask otherwise.
We're good.
Okay, with that, Carolyn will take it away.
Okay. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to share my recommended decision and go through parts of it. This docket consists of 3 consolidated cases. 1, 2 order to show cause cases docketed against Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS. I'm going to refer to them as Rocky Mountain for ease of reference. 2, a formal complaint filed against Rocky Mountain by Wendy Jo Ashworth, a former Rocky Mountain employee, covering the time period of late April 2020 to August 31, 2020. And 3, a second formal complaint filed against Rocky Mountain by David Killinger, also a former Rocky Mountain employee, covering the time period of August 3rd, 2020 to August 24, 2020. The first order to show cause case covers an investigation of Rocky Mountain by Commission Investigator James Martinez that began in September 2018 and ended in February 2019. The second order to show cause case arose from the filing of the 2 complaints against Rocky Mountain and an updated investigation of Rocky Mountain by Staff Investigator Martinez that was ordered by the Commission that began in November 2020 and ended in December 2020. The Commission consolidated the second order to show cause case with the 2 complaint cases and held a hearing on December 11, 2020, which resulted in the Commission issuing an order that temporarily suspended Rocky Mountain's operating authority pending issuance of a final order in this case. Commissioner Maestas, you were not yet on board at the time of the December hearing, but I believe the remainder of the commissioners did participate in that hearing. Following issuance of its order that temporarily suspended Rocky Mountain's operating authority, the Commission consolidated the first order to show cause case with the other consolidated cases. A hearing was held in April 2021 that covered the allegations from both order to show cause cases and the 2 complaint cases. Rocky Mountain's operating authority remains suspended, and the subject of this recommended decision is whether to permanently revoke Rocky Mountain's operating authority or fine Rocky Mountain for violations of the Motor Carrier Act and the Motor Carrier Rules. 34 pages of this recommended decision document violations by Rocky Mountain of both the Motor Carrier Act and the Motor Carrier Rules. Rocky Mountain does not deny nor directly respond to most of the alleged violations. Rocky Mountain chose to not call Ed Little, the president and owner of Rocky Mountain, as a witness at either the December or the April hearings. The testimony of all witnesses shows that Mr. Little was the person with the most knowledge of the allegations and frequently the only person with actual knowledge of the allegations. And it is permissible under the law to draw a negative inference from Rocky Mountain's failure to call Mr. Little to testify. Based on Rocky Mountain's violations of the Motor Carrier Act and the Motor Carrier Rules, my recommendation is to permanently revoke Rocky Mountain's operating authority for the reasons summarized in Section 9 of my recommended decision, which is where I will go now, and that starts on page 67. The discussion in the body of my recommended decision shows by a preponderance of the evidence that Rocky Mountain violated 2 provisions of the Motor Carrier Act and 25 provisions of the Motor Carrier Rules, counting violations of subsections separately. And Rocky Mountain violated some of the provisions many times. Staff is correct in characterizing the number of Rocky Mountain's violations as staggeringly numerous. Since I began working at the Commission in 2003, I am not aware of a docketed transportation case involving even a fraction of the violations that the evidence shows that Rocky Mountain committed. As I said before, Rocky Mountain does not deny nor directly respond to most of the alleged violations. Staff's and the complainant's allegations mostly stand unrebutted. Rocky Mountain's plea for the commission not to penalize it is based not on credible responses to the alleged violations, but on alleged procedural irregularities that lack merit, as I discuss in the body of my RD. Perhaps the most insolent of Rocky Mountain's arguments is that any violations it committed were merely, quote, paper violations, unquote. To the contrary, a preponderance of the evidence shows that most egregiously, Rocky Mountain allowed an employee to continue to drive ambulances after testing positive for illegal drugs when Mr. Little was aware of the positive drug test and did not offer the employee treatment. A preponderance of the evidence also shows that 1, employees were allowed to drive ambulances before receiving pre-employment drug screens. 2, employees were allowed to drive ambulances before receiving medical certifications. 3, employees were allowed to drive ambulances before receiving criminal background checks. 4, employees were allowed to drive ambulances before taking road tests. And 5, ambulances were not stocked with required equipment and supplies. I would like to briefly identify for you the required and equipment and supplies that Rocky Mountain did not have on its ambulances. And I'll go here to page 39 of my recommended decision. So the motor carrier rules require all ambulances to meet or exceed the General Services Administration standards for operation, crash performance, and safety, as defined in the national standard. Some of the standards that Rocky Mountain violated are 1, air conditioning criteria, which states that the air conditioning systems will have sufficient capacity to maintain the temperature in the patient compartment at a maximum dry bulb temperature of 78 degrees. Mr. Killinger, the former employee who filed one of the complaints, said that very few of the ambulances had functional air conditioning and that he went on a transport that was over 1 hour and it was over 100 degrees in the back of the ambulance. Another standard requires that the cab or driver compartment have type 2 seatbelts and shoulder harnesses for the driver and passenger. Mr. Killinger said that when he did a ride-along before he began his employment with Rocky Mountain, the captain's chair in the ambulance did not have a seatbelt. He said that ambulances 49 and 59 did not have all required seatbelts. Mr. Rue, a former employee who testified on behalf of staff, also said that several Rocky Mountain ambulances were missing seatbelts from the paramedic chairs. Another requirement is an emergency lighting system to provide an ambulance with 360 degrees of conspicuity for safety during its missions. Mr. Killinger said that some Rocky Mountain ambulances operated without emergency lights. Finally, another requirement is that an ambulance be equipped with a backup alert alarm activated when the vehicle is shifted into reverse. Mr. Killinger said that some Rocky Mountain ambulances operated without backup alarms. And then again, briefly, some of the violations regarding required equipment. Investigator Martinez found the following equipment missing or malfunctioning from ambulances: two-way radios, two-way radio wiring, flashlight batteries, and a qualifying fire extinguisher. He also found that heaters in the patient compartments were not working. In another investigation, he found missing emergency response guidebooks and two-way radios. On another investigation, he found suitable strapping devices missing from an ambulance, and again, a two-way radio missing. Investigator Martinez also found that one ambulance unit had an oxygen cylinder, but did not have a gauge indicating whether the cylinder was full or empty. Another unit had an empty oxygen cylinder. Another unit had a transmission oil leak, an inoperable multi-level stretcher, no semi-automatic monitor defibrillator, and no oxygen cylinder. Another unit had no oxygen cylinder, an empty portable oxygen cylinder, no jump bags, no medical box, and no semi-automatic monitor defibrillator. Ms. Ashworth, the other former employee who filed a complaint, said that while she worked at Rocky Mountain, one of the ambulance carried an oxygen cylinder canister with a broken regulator, and the ambulances did not have working radios. Mr. Killinger testified that while he worked for Rocky Mountain, almost every Rocky Mountain ambulance did not have a functional two-way radio, and that basic items like reflective vests, oxygen regulators, and automated external defibrillators commonly were not in the ambulances. Finally, Mr. Rue, again, another former employee, said that 2 ambulances did not have rear radios to contact hospitals, and that for months after he began working for Rocky Mountain, there were no hands-free defibrillator pads on the ambulances, so if the patient needed to be shocked, it could not be done. And then finally, regarding required supplies, Investigator Martinez on one investigation found the following supplies missing from ambulances: adhesive bandages, cold and heat packs, and sterile suitable dressings. On another inspection, he found missing sterile trauma dressings, eye protections, sharps containers, and biohazard bags. Mr. Rue said that while he worked at Rocky Mountain, ambulances were operated without bandages, backboards, quote, all the standard stuff that an ambulance needs. We would be lacking in a lot of that stuff, end quote. So then now I'll go back and resume with my recommendation. The Motor Carrier Act does not require that a violation result in harm for the commission to revoke a motor carrier's operating authority. Nonetheless, one of Rocky Mountain's violations did cause harm to a patient. That is when Rocky Mountain employees dropped Paula Johnson, who testified at the April hearing, from a gurney, and she suffered injuries. Additionally, while many of the violations could be said to implicate health and safety concerns, at least 3 incidents clearly do so. 1, Rocky Mountain's circuitous transport of a suicidal teenager from Albuquerque to Las Cruces. 2, the dropping of Ms. Johnson from the gurney. And 3, Rocky Mountain's transport of a patient when the temperature in the ambulance was over 100 degrees. In the body of my recommended decision, I describe in details those 3 incidents. Mr. Chair, would you like me to orally go into detail on that now or not?
Unless other commissioners need it, I think we're getting the picture here. So you can skip over that.
Okay. Rocky Mountain's assertion that it will come into compliance with commission regulations simply is not credible, given its history of violations and the revolving door of employees who were hired to bring Rocky Mountain into compliance, but were unable to do so because of obstruction by Mr. Little. Investigator Martinez's statement that he has no confidence that Rocky Mountain will comply with the Motor Carrier Act and motor carrier rules going forward is credible and supported by a preponderance of the evidence. Revoking a motor carrier's operating authority is not an action to be taken lightly. This, however, is a case in which revocation of Rocky Mountain's operating authority, in my opinion, is required not only to preserve a safe, sound, and adequate motor carrier system, but also to reasonably enforce the Motor Carrier Act and motor carrier rules and carry out the punitive and deterrence purposes that underlie the levying of sanctions for violations of the Act and the rules. That concludes my presentation, and I will answer or try to answer any questions you have.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Byrd.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Glick. Just for comparison, do you know how much the fines would be if the fines were levied for all these violations? If you don't have it, that's fine.
Commissioner Byrd, I don't, because there were so many, and there were so many repeated violations of a single rule that I didn't even try to add them all up.
Yeah, it'd be substantial, wouldn't it? We're talking over hundreds, six figures.
It could be, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that's enough information for us to continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But I have to follow up. I can't resist. If we did total that all up and we were able to collect, would that have a meaningful impact on our state budget? That was a joke. That was a joke. Anyway, sorry for that, commissioners. I couldn't resist. Any other comments from commissioners?
Mr.
Or
Chairman?
questions? Yes, go ahead.
Just one. I wasn't sure. I guess in your Carolyn, in your recommended decision, we do have the option to levy a fine in addition to the revocation. It's not an either or, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I did not recommend a fine because I felt that revocation is a greater penalty.
Yeah, I agree, because I think if I associate levying a fine with allowing them to continue. And so I think it's contrary to what your ultimate recommendation is. So I agree with that. My last issue is, how can we prevent principals, Mr. Little specifically, and maybe others that are maybe executives with this company, how can we prevent them from reestablishing service under a different company name? I didn't see any language in your RD, and I don't know if our rules or statutes can prohibit that, but what can we do to prevent that from happening?
Commissioner Maestas, Mr. Little would have to file an application for a certificate to operate another ambulance service, and in considering that application, the commission could consider this case.
But
So,
we do, as an agency, we do track these bad players to ensure that they don't come back under a different company name and bring the bad company culture with them.
Commissioner Maestas, I certainly think in this case, Mr. Little is well-known and staff would be aware if he attempted or filed an application to for an operating authority for another service. I can't say with respect to all ambulance companies if that would be the case, but I think it certainly would be with this one.
Well, just in conclusion, Mr. Chair, I totally agree with Carolyn's recommendations. The totality of these violations are beyond egregious, and it's unfortunate that we have to take this action. But in light of this case and this particular provider, I think we have no other choice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Any questions, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, there's some background noise. If you can address that. Secondly, we've gone through the hearing process approximately 12 months ago or 8 months ago. So yeah. So just go ahead and make a motion and accept Carolyn Glick's recommendation. But I'll just wait to hear from the other commissioners. But that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I will second that motion. And if there's no further, did we need a presentation from Judith on this?
Not necessarily, but that being said, I want to let the commission know that Rocky Mountain filed exceptions, and I can detail briefly what they were and what the response to them are, if the commission would like to hear them. In general, I would agree.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't want to. Let's do that and be sure that there's no process excuses here.
Well, right. I would agree with what Carolyn Glick stated, which is that they were, on a whole, objections to process, but not objections. There was no rebuttal of the facts. That being said, their first exception, unfortunately, I think there's about 15 of them, but I'll try to go through them as quickly as I possibly can. They take exception to the fact that the entire recommended decision was based on an investigation that was improperly initiated by an anonymous phone call. And the case did start with an anonymous phone call, the first case. That being said, it continued based upon numerous documented investigations conducted by staff in person and filing written, very large written investigations filed on the record. Second allegation, they were never notified they were being under investigation or its right to respond, which is really not substantiated by the record because they were served with all of the orders to show cause and the formal complaints and filed responses and answers to all of it. Third, staff consistently missed deadlines ordered by the commission and then was allowed additional time to complete and file required filings. That is not substantiated by the record, although meaning that Rocky Mountain did not file any citations, which is required by filing of exceptions. However, even if this were true, there was no evidence of prejudice to Rocky Mountain because Rocky Mountain received a full due process by a full public hearing in December and for 3 days in April. Fourth, the hearing examiner invited Rocky Mountain to take interlocutory appeals 2 times, and Rocky Mountain did file an interlocutory appeal the second time, but it was denied, and Rocky Mountain states that that made the interlocutory appeal useless. However, the commission followed its procedural rules regarding interlocutory appeals and denied the interlocutory appeal based upon its own reasons. 5, staff was allowed to inject new evidence into the case even after the hearing examiner correctly ruled that the evidence was to be excluded. At first, the hearing examiner did deny staff's entry of certain evidence. However, subsequently, she overruled that and allowed the introduction of the evidence. And she stated it was in the public interest to consider the evidentiary hearing subject to objection. Therefore, she was allowed the evidence to come in, but it was allowed to be objected to at the hearing. So there was no due process violation. Another allegation made by Rocky Mountain that has no citation to the record and is unsubstantiated is that throughout the history of the case, when the hearing examiner could not find support in statute, rule, regulation, or case law, the hearing examiner fell back on a vague rationalization of public interest. This is an unsubstantiated argument, and the primary factor for a hearing examiner to determine whether or not evidence should be allowed. There's other factors, but a very important factor is whether it was relevant. And the hearing examiner is allowed to admit relevant interest, even if it is prejudicial to Rocky Mountain. Another exception is that throughout the proceedings, staff continued to investigate respondent. The response to this is that Transportation Division staff has an obligation to ensure safe, adequate, and ambulance service in accordance with the statutes and the rules. Another exception is that the hearing examiner allowed the matter to proceed under 652A 33C, which is a provision of law involving criminal activity. It is true that 652A 33C is a provision involving criminal activity. However, the commission has authority to assess administrative fines under 652A 32B. Therefore, an administrative agency, if authorized by a legislature, may assess administrative penalties for violations of a criminal statute. Case number, Rocky Mountain objects to the improper consolidation. However, commission responds by stating that Rocky Mountain failed to file a timely interlocutory appeal of the order consolidating cases. And in the order consolidating cases, the commission found that the matters involved in the case were substantially similar and has that authority to under its procedural rules to consolidate cases and hold a hearing on all the consolidated cases. Another exception is that Rocky Mountain states that the commission granted authority to 2 other ambulance services operating in the territory of Rocky Mountain while during the pendency of this case. The commission did grant operating authorities to 2 other carriers in cases number 20-00125 and 20-00135. However, the hearing examiner did not rely on that fact for the purposes of the RD. The RD would have been issued regardless of whether or not operating authorities were granted to other carriers that had overlapping jurisdiction. The RD was based upon the extent and nature of the violations, which you have just heard. In 2 different exceptions, the Rocky Mountain argues that the hearing examiner demonstrated an overall desire to somehow favor staff to the prejudice of Rocky Mountain. And if you look at pages 57 to 58 of the RD, it will show the numerous list of rulings that were made in favor of Rocky Mountain by the hearing examiner. And there is the fact that Rocky Mountain received a full day hearing in December and another full 3-day hearing in April. So there was no prejudice to Rocky Mountain. I'm going to skip over some of these, but I'll reiterate the point that Rocky Mountain objects to the hearing examiner's RD stating that Mr. Little failed to testify at the hearing. However, it was staff's burden to establish the case by the preponderance of evidence. And once it did that, Rocky Mountain had the right to rebut with evidence of its own, and Rocky Mountain's burden to rebut did not occur. And therefore, since staff had fulfilled its burden to prove the case by a preponderance of the evidence, Mr. Little was needed to rebut their case. And he was a necessary witness to respond to most, if not all, of the allegations. And his failure to appear and his absence, as Carolyn stated, is noteworthy, and the commission can take advice of that. Rocky Mountain objected to relying on certain opinions of Investigator Crespin. However, Investigator Crespin is an expert from the PRC, and the hearing examiner is permitted to give his testimony the way it is entitled to. And I refer to page 19 of the RD. Rocky Mountain objects to incidents that occurred outside of the state, saying they're not within the jurisdiction of the PRC. The dropping of the patient incident did occur outside of the state. However, since Rocky Mountain is a New Mexico regulated entity, the PRC is authorized to enforce its regulations upon Rocky Mountain, even if the incidents occur outside of New Mexico. Operating outside of a service territory in itself is a violation of a commission regulation. And finally, about the alleged dropping of the patient, which Carolyn mentioned in detail, the RD stated that it did not make determinations as to a lot of the facts about how the dropping actually occurred or how the patient got back on the gurney. But those facts were not necessary for the RD and the commission to determine that Rocky Mountain failed to provide safe and adequate service to the patient. No one disputes the fact that the patient was dropped. And that fairly summarizes Rocky Mountain's exceptions and the reasons the commission does not find them persuasive, and I stand for questions.
Any questions, commissioners? Okay, after all the exceptions, I can't recall whether we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the order if we don't already have one.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I made the motion.
Oh, good.
okay,
I'll
so
second
you're
it.
seconding? Okay, terrific. And lacking further questions or comment, Mike, can you call the roll?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Byrd.
just after the vote, I want to talk. I know that's unusual for me, but I would like to say a few things after the vote.
Well, I was going to ask, did you want to talk to the commission or was this just a personal talk? But now I got it. Yeah. Mike, please call the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner, the orders
Commissioner Byrd,
approved
you have the floor. Or Michael, do you have something to say?
I was just going to recite the vote as being 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Now you have the floor, Commissioner Byrd.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've made it pretty clear. I don't like going after companies. My goal is to help them comply. But in this instance, I agree with Miss Glick. I think she did a fine job as always. And she even says revoking motor carrier operating authorities is not something that we should take lightly. And I agree. I take that further. It's really one of the worst things we do is to put somebody out of business. Finding them is one thing, but to put them out of business. But in my opinion, and this is my opinion, but the fact that Mr. Little had so little respect for this agency that he would not show up and plead his case, would not argue his point, would not fight for his company. That I find disturbing. He didn't realize what the purpose of the government agency is. There were so many violations here. They've been repeated. This isn't a one-time thing. It's been occurring, and maybe some of them are minor. I agree, but when they just keep coming, and they just keep coming, there's a management problem. And so I want to thank our staff. Mr. Amir kind of mentioned them there, but Mr. James Martinez and Mr. Crispin and Fidel Martinez have been working on this. And I know this isn't something they take great joy in, but I know they spent a lot of time making sure they were dotting their I's, crossing their T's. So I want to thank our staff, the unseen staff here in this hard job that they had to do. And again, I thank Miss Glick for the hard work she's put in on this. That was it, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to agree that this is not something we should do for the fun of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. I think you've underlined the fact that public safety was clearly at risk here. And that this company just didn't seem to care. And, you know, when that happens, it is our responsibility to protect the public. And this is one of those instances where, quite frankly, we don't have a choice. It would be very disappointing if we let folks who put the public in danger and don't seem to want to come into compliance and sincerely try and act conduct their business in a safe manner. They don't leave us any choice, and it's always unfortunate when we have to do this. But again, I look at it as a matter where, boy, we just don't have a choice. Any other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say, I totally agree with the outcome. I think ordering the company to cease operating is the greater penalty. And you know, this is a terrible case. But I wanted to thank Carolyn for her thorough work that she did on this decision. And I wanted to expand that thanks to her thorough work in every decision she's written that I've ever seen, and I imagine that she's ever written. You know, we all know that she's going to be retiring, and I just wanted to state that her work will be greatly missed. I've always looked to her decisions for the analysis that I needed, even though I'm a lawyer and I can think through things pretty well, but she was and has been so thorough and so complete and so analytical in her work, citing former cases of the commission frequently to help us stay in perspective with the authorities that we've established in the past. I just wanted to thank her for her decades of excellent service to the commission, and I wish her well in retirement. And I hope that we get to hear from her now and then and understand what the rest of her life is like, because she's been a great impact on mine, and I'm really grateful. So I just wanted to give a little nod to Carolyn right now, because I don't know when we'll see her again.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. You'll have the pleasure of seeing me one more time.
Oh, good. Which case is that?
It's the P&M application for abandonment of Palo Verde and request for approval of replacement resources.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. Good. I'm very pleased to hear that.
But you know, there's a downside to that. She said we get to see her one more time.
Well,
it sounded like she's not going to exactly come by and visit the office afterwards.
well, the door is always open, but we are still in a COVID era, so I wouldn't blame her for staying away.
True. True. Okay. Thank you, Carolyn. It's noon. We've been going 2 hours. We've still got a number of items on the agenda. I'd like to take a 45-minute lunch break and come back at 12:45. Okay. That's what we will do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yahweh.
Hefe.
Hefe, Yahweh.
Hefe.
Okay. I thought I'd be refreshed after lunch, but no. I just
I
feel
need
like
a nap.
napping more.
Right. I saw Commissioner Maestas yawned a few times this morning too. You guys are partying too much, I guess.
Well, I'm sure in the East State, that's what you fantasize us hardworking central New Mexicans are doing, but it's all 24 hours a day thinking of nothing but the public.
Losing sleep over it. That's good. That's good.
Better me than you, huh?
Yes.
Howdy, people. Everybody have a good lunch?
Yeah, it was, but it made me more sleepy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, 30-minute, a 15-minute break would have been sufficient. This gave me time to sit here and kind of slump in my chair.
Okay, there's Cynthia.
She's talking too.
I said I'm here, but I haven't had enough to eat yet, so I'm gonna have to keep working on it.
You know, I don't know how you're so skinny, but it always seems like you're eating.
I know.
I don't know what it is.
Well, I don't know either.
One of those people just love to hate.
I exercise a lot. I burn it up.
You know, I feel the same way about her, Jeff.
I'm gonna get out of this. Here. Now you can't look at me. Guys, I gotta get more food. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, are you on board here?
Here.
Okay, terrific. And Mike, are you here?
Yep.
Okay, so let's bring it back to order. And the next item on the agenda is 18-214 UT in the matter of an order to show cause as to why Rosa Joint Ventures and New Mexico Partnership should not be found in violation of the Public Utility Act and Commission rules. And Russell, please lead us through it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, as you will recall, 2 weeks ago, this matter came before the commission because there were some emails received from customers of the water system that is currently still operated by Rosa Joint Venture. As you will recall as well, on June 15th, the commission issued a conditional final order in this matter, which approved the transfer agreement and the stipulation that was part of that, the transfer agreement was part of a stipulation of the parties. And by doing so, on June 15th, the commission approved the transfer agreement. All that had yet to be done to complete the transfer from RJV, Rosa Joint Venture, to Sembrito Mutual Domestic was apparently not just a few transfers of property, et cetera. The mutual domestic had already been set up, et cetera. But last week, the commission was receiving email, or a couple weeks ago, the commission was receiving emails from customers stating, which were fairly typical problems for the water system in the summer with regard to low pressure and sometimes no water at all. Now, we asked for staff's input on that. The commission asked for staff's input. Staff said the thing that needs to be done is to get this transfer done because there are major repairs and improvements needed for the system. And the legislature has already actually appropriated money for this very system. Just needs to, the money just needs, can only be released once the mutual domestic has full control of the water system. And so the transfer agreement must be closed upon. The closing or execution actions must take place. Staff stated that they had expected that the transfer would be completed within a couple weeks of June 15th. As of next Monday, it'll be a couple months. So what the commission did in its order a couple of weeks ago was to ask to follow some of staff's recommendations and to ask RJV and Sembrito to at least provide an update as to what's going on, both in terms of the condition of the water system and the status of the transfer. Why is it taking so long? And I don't even know if it, I don't know if it was a reasonable assumption on the part of staff that it would take, that it would be completed within 2 weeks, but we've had no response from RJV and Sembrito saying that more time would have been needed or why more time is needed. We were absolutely in the dark. And so the commission ordered filings last Monday, August 2nd, and this Monday, 2 days ago, August 9th, which would have given those status updates that, for one thing, they had failed to give it to staff when staff inquired by email. In any event, these were very simple requests just to keep the commission informed while the commission still has jurisdiction over the matter, and while the commission is receiving urgent inquiries from the customers. Well, neither of those filings were made, not on August 2nd or on August 9th. To date, nothing has been filed since the commission's order of July 28th. The order of July 28th warned Rosa Joint Venture that it could face penalties. It cited the particular sections of the Public Utility Act under which such monetary penalties could be assessed. As you know, and as the previous order stated, the commission has no jurisdiction over a mutual domestic like Sembrito, so the commission could not penalize Sembrito, even though they, certainly must bear some of the blame for this unreasonable delay. But as stated in the commission's order on July 28th, this entire case has been characterized by unreasonable delay on both sides. I mean, the case has now been pending for about 3 years, which is an absurdly long time, even for a complicated water case. So the proposed order that I prepared would allow for penalties, would impose penalties for the failures to make these filings. Now, this is not something that's going to, this is something very small. It would be a very small penalty, possibly in the minimum amount of $100 period for each offense. That's as low as the Public Utility Act goes, or it could be $100 for each day that the filings have been failed. The RGV has failed to make the filings. I think it's something, like I said, it's not a large amount of, it wouldn't be a large amount of money, but it would be something to show that the RGV may not simply ignore the commission and its orders, which is what they have done. They've simply ignored the commission's orders. Now, it may be that RJV and Sembrito are working tirelessly to get this done by August 16th. That's a date that in their own filing, a joint filing by Sembrito and RJV, they stated they could meet that deadline, except for, they gave themselves an exception, except for any outstanding approvals needed from San Juan County and the Office of the State Engineer. The commission, again, as the commission has throughout this case, indulged them. In the July 28th order, the commission set a deadline of next Monday for this transfer to be completed, with the exception that if there is an unexpected delay due to one or both of those state entities or agencies, then they might be forgiven for that. They have never given an explanation as to why this has taken 2 months, or told or said, this was always going to take 2 months or something like that. We've just been left in the dark. So it's really up to the commission if you would like to penalize the company this small amount for these failures to make filings. It really is, in my opinion, Commissioner Byrd was talking about disrespect in the previous case for the commission's authority. And this really goes beyond disrespect, because this isn't just disrespect for the commission's authority, but a complete lack of appreciation for the fact that the commission has indulged RJV at every single stage of this case. Rosa Joint Venture is a company that has run a water system for years without having a CCM, without having rates approved by the commission, and everything that goes with that. The commission is entirely willing to forgive that if RJV will simply get this transaction done. It's completely it's within their own interest. It's within the interest of the ratepayers, because the money can be released and repairs can be made. And there's this further delay and failure to even be accountable to the commission to give very simple updates on the matter is really it's really disturbing. So I'll just leave it to the commission for discussion at this point, and any questions, of course.
Commissioners.
Mr.
Wow.
Chair.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
I think that we really should impose penalties here, because this is ridiculous. Both parties are represented by attorneys. I actually had to check with Russell on that. I couldn't believe this was happening. I mean, and when he mentioned their names, I said, oh yeah, of course they are. I've seen them. But it just, it's just such a ridiculous set of facts for there to be attorneys on both sides and have the situation devolve the way it has. I think we have to impose penalties. And I wish we could impose them on the attorneys, but I guess you can't necessarily blame the attorneys. It's their clients who are making decisions or failing to make decisions or refusing to. And, certainly you would think it would be in the mutual domestic's interest to function enough to secure some water. And and if they're unable to, somehow somebody ought to be in here telling us. I just don't understand it. So I think we should impose penalties. And I wish we had more tools to use, but I don't know. Actually, I guess that's a question for Russell. Russell, if I could ask him, Mr. Chair. Russell, do we have any other tools at our disposal to make this thing go forward, or to get the attention of the other parties?
Well,
and I think they deserve to have a penalty, but is there anything else we could do in addition?
Well, the thing is, the parties know that they have that what they are doing, the transfer agreement, which was approved by the commission, is what's best for everybody. And so what we need for their ratepayers and for the public is that it get done. One very powerful thing the commission could do is do something that the commission wouldn't want to do, which is to say that the transfer agreement has taken too long to be completed, and the conditional approval is withdrawn. But the commission doesn't want to do that because that hurts the ratepayers and the customers. So really the only way to directly penalize RJV, and again, it's just RJV because Sambrito is a mutual domestic upon which we cannot levy penalties. Really the monetary penalties, I think, make sense. I think a penalty of $100 per day makes sense, during the period of non-compliance, because it wasn't the commission's idea, sua sponte, to require reporting from the companies. It was that we were receiving email inquiries, somewhat desperate email inquiries from customers, that the system, continued to have these problems, which are problems that should be fixed once the money comes through, once the transfer is done. And we wondered, well, what's going on with the system and what's going on with the transfer? We simply asked those questions, which staff had already asked of the two entities, and received no response, except an email, a one sentence email, essentially saying, we're working on it. So I feel like every day that they're not in compliance and leaving us in the dark, should be considered a separate offense. That's what can be done under 6212.5, I believe. Now, 62, I'm looking at the Public Utility Act, 6212.4 states that, any violation of the Public Utility Act or commission order can result in a penalty of not less than $100 or more, no more than $100,000 for each offense. Obviously, we're nowhere near that $100,000. And 6212.5 says that each day of a continuing violation can be considered a separate, distinct offense. And I really think each day is. Each day that we're kept in the dark on something so important, which not only affects ratepayers that are still within the jurisdiction of the commission, it also affects whether the commission has jurisdiction. The transfer will, if and when executed, will cut off the commission's jurisdiction. These are very important matters for the commission to be kept abreast of. And every day we're kept in the dark. There's just no good reason for it. And I think that might be the best sort of penalty in this instance.
Okay, well, thank you. Mr. Chair.
Well, let me ask a couple questions here, if I might.
You've got some questions.
So this would be, what you're recommending is $100 a day until they answer our information request?
Yes, and it would start from, this is just a suggestion. It's not even, I left different options open within the proposed order, but it could begin on August 2nd, and then it would be a double amount beginning August 9th, because that was another date that was that they failed to meet. And then it would be $200 a day forward from August 9th. The commission could actually cut that off as of next Monday. Next Monday is the date this is supposed to close. And obviously, whatever happens, I will be bringing it before the commission to let the commission know, unless it simply closes and everything's fine. And I'll just let you know that. That's something that would be wonderful. But I'm hopeful that it will close next Monday. I'm hopeful that everything will be fine, but I'm merely hopeful because I know nothing about what's actually going on. So,
okay. I mean, since our goal here is to hurry them up, would you have a problem if it was $200 a day until either we get notice or they close?
that sounds fine to me. And would we start from the dates that the August 2nd and August 9th that they failed to make the filings, and then as of August 9th, it would be $200, and then going forward until that time?
Oh, okay. So we're already 200. Okay. Yeah. No, personally, I'm okay with that. Like you say, it's been 3 years, and non-response is not acceptable, not an option. But I do think how many customers at this water?
I believe it's just a few hundred. Let me take a look. It's a small water company. They're up near the border of Colorado, very close to the border.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. Let me find that for you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Russell, is there any communication at all between the attorneys that are representing the parties and our staff? Is there an email exchange, or is there some some type of communication going on?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, that's a good question. We haven't asked for an update from staff. As of when staff made the filing that the commission asked for in response to the bench request order of about 2.5 weeks ago, I think staff would have made its filing on Friday of, let's see on the date. Staff filed an affidavit on, let's see, today's August 11th. So it would have been, I think it was July 30th, no, July 23rd, that staff made a filing stating that staff had inquired, because staff had received the same sort of email inquiries from customers that the commission eventually did, had inquired of the parties, and they weren't responsive except to send one email that said, we're working on the transfer. Since then, I don't know. The commission hasn't asked for any more filings from staff. Instead, the commission adopted some of staff's recommendations for filings to be obtained from Rosa Joint Venture and from San Brito to be joint filings to be filed in the record that staff would then review. I don't know if staff has had any communication with the parties in the meantime.
Well, this is my thought, Mr. Chairman, but I'll let the other commissioners weigh in on this. We are still going through a pandemic, and there's 200 customers that are very concerned. Whoever is supposed to respond is not responding. Would it be possible if we can propose a mediation and allow Russell Fisk to be the presiding officer? This is in my district, and this is a small water company. To impose a fine, literally 4 corners, the people are just devastated with unemployment, high unemployment, the economic challenges, and I think we should consider one step further and see if the legal counsel for the parties can appear before the commission and allow Russell to mediate the meeting, and we can attend the hearing if we wish to do so. That's my thought, but I'll let the other commissioners weigh in.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and Russell both, it sounds to me like there are significant service issues that it could be a matter of public health here. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I guess just responding to what Commissioner Vicente Aguilar said, at this point, I don't know that a hearing or mediation is really needed, because I think I'm hopeful that the substantive action that needs to take place, or a series of actions to close the transfer agreement, will actually take place. August 16th is a date that was set in the commission's July 28th order to close this matter, to close the transfer. And it happened to be the date that RJV and San Brito, who did make a filing before the commission's July 28th order, they said they could meet, barring any unexpected delay from the San Juan County or the officers of the state engineer. So the parties are on the same page. We're really on the same page as the parties, except to the extent that they keep us in the dark as to what's happening from week to week. The overall outcome is something we all agree on. The commission doesn't know why it's taking so long. They don't bother to tell us. It's really just a matter of the fact that they're keeping us in the dark about why this, are there any problems? Is it going to happen on the 16th? I think it will. So. I don't think there's really anything for hearing or mediation. The substance, hopefully we're all headed toward the right outcome. It's just that where they don't even bother to do this very minor bit of reporting that was recommended by staff and ordered by the commission. And it really is a little bit of a slap in the face.
But what I'm hearing, though, is that this transaction needs to occur in order to get important upgrades done to the system.
Yes.
And that in the meantime, customers are having significant lapses in service. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman, and even staff describes the subjects of the emails that we've received about low pressure, low water pressure, and lack of water at certain times during the summer as something that this system has experienced in past years. Substantial repairs are needed. The legislature itself, I didn't realize they do this by name, has allocated money for this system. I don't recall exactly how much. And it's simply waiting on this transfer to close. Had this all happened 2 years ago, anyway, you get the point.
Well, so I guess what my concern is this is a matter of public health that is impacting it now. And that since folks are dragging their feet, that we shouldn't be shy about adopting measures that get them off the schneid. And so my take is that, if I'm hearing correctly, that penalties are absolutely appropriate for Rosa joint ventures, if that's the only way to get them moving. And I wouldn't be shy about the amount of those penalties, since water service is pretty dang important, and it's suffering, and we can't move forward on improving it until this deal goes through. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I look at that, I just say to myself, 3 years, let's do something that makes them hop too. So other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Maestas.
I agree that this situation warrants fines, but I would just recommend that it not be an arbitrary number, number one, and then number two, that it be progressive, I think, as you suggested, to really get these guys to the table. The other thing is, as you know, all these water system managers, they have to provide adequate water pressure for fire suppression. And I'm perplexed as to how they've been allowed to operate, or if the water pressure has been tested by either the state fire marshal or whatever fire department provides services to this area. But I think it's fortunate that we haven't had a catastrophic fire.
Commissioner Slade, good to see you all.
So
How are you?
Sorry about that.
Understand we have another night.
So I'm in favor. I'm in favor of the fines. I think they should be progressive, and I think we ought to at least get the help of other appropriate agencies that have some authority, whether it's having adequate water pressure for fire suppression, or even water testing. Just given the amount of time that they've taken to make this deal. So I think our patience is running thin, and so I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, Russell got back to you and he was saying he didn't think there was much to mediate. He just kind of feels like it's making the parties move. What are your thoughts and reactions to that?
Well, I understand Russell's explanation. Yes, if the majority of the commissioners feel that it's time to impose a fee, yes, I will support that. I guess we need to hear one last comment from Russell. There's nothing more that we can do. Then the next step is to find them. Or can we send a letter to the attorneys and say, the commission has discussed this for a very long time, they're at a point to fine the two companies or the one company that we regulate. Could that be the next option? Or is this the final decision by the commission to fine the Rosa joint ventures? That's my question to Russell.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, no, this is not the final matter. The final matter will be to see if on August 16th, like I said, which is a date that the transferor and transferee said that they believe that they can complete their part of it, and hopefully complete the whole transfer, will be complete. And that's the same date that's in the commission's July 28th order as the date that should be complete. So let's hope, let's keep our fingers crossed that will happen. And that's what's most important above all things. And there's no disagreement about that. Everybody's on the same page for that, the parties, et cetera. We don't know why it's taking this long. No one has bothered to tell us. No one's bothering to tell us anything in the 2 weeks in the meantime, even though they've been ordered to. This simply addresses the fact that no one has bothered to tell us anything in the meantime, which is not right. It's kind of a smaller, narrower issue, but of course it's really just that narrow issue of failing to respond to the commission and follow orders and let us know what's going on in this urgent time. But I'm still hopeful everything will be wonderful Monday of next week.
So Russell, here's a thought of commissioners. Commissioner Maestas raised the idea of progressive fines, which I thought was interesting. And you've kind of got that, Russell, in what you're doing. But I was thinking, rather than going too retroactive back to August 2nd, maybe the idea of a progressive fine starting August 9th at $100. The second week goes to $200. The third week goes to $300. So that the more they wait, the more incentive they have to get moving. And maybe that kind of a fine structure would be a way of giving them an opportunity to act before they break the bank, but keeps increasing the pressure on them to get it done. So I just throw that out as an option to think about for the commission.
And I think that makes perfect sense. We could do an order like that, and it could say, it'll keep going up by $100. It'll be that amount per day for $100 per day this week, and then $200 per day the next week. And it would be until the August 2nd and August 9th filings are supposed to be made are made, or they're supposed to be after the closing, they're supposed to make a report filing saying that they've closed essentially, or that filing is made. So in other words, it would do exactly what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, that it would include, if the closing itself gets postponed further, that they would face increasing penalties as that goes further as well. So it would include both items, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Commissioner Hall, did you have a comment?
Only to say that I agree that progressive penalties are a good approach.
Commissioner Byrd, we haven't heard from you yet.
Well, I've been trying to figure out if there's any other agency that has any kind of enforcement actions. I know the Environment Department has some say in what they do, but I think on this issue that's outside of their wheelhouse, you got the Attorney Generals, but this is not really something that probably climbs to the level that the Attorney General is supposed to be involved in. So anyway, I'm trying to think if there's any other agency that has any kind of enforcement actions that we could piggyback on. So that's why I've been kind of quiet on all of this, but it goes back to they're not trying to comply, or if they are, they're just not communicating that. And sometimes we don't know, is it the right answer? But if you don't even tell us that, how do we know, right? So I think the fines are adequate at this time, and and appropriate, simple phone call would have probably could have changed the outcome of all this. So anyway, that's where I'm at. Thanks.
So
Mr.
Russell,
Chair?
why don't you propose to us if we do a progressive fine structure, what
Mr.
would
Chair?
your recommendation be?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Byrd said. And it was a thought in my mind too. And it's just this feeling I have, like, isn't there anything else we can do? Like Commissioner Vicente Aguilar mentioned as well. And that is a phone call. We've actually, a couple of times in the past, the commission has just called up somebody during our meeting. And I'm not suggesting we do it that way necessarily, but we could call and see if Rosa Joint Ventures, for example, noticed that the status report deadline passed. And are they intending to file it? Because we're trying to decide to impose fines right now. I mean, if we don't want to, I think all of us feels a little uncomfortable by the idea, even though we recognize it's like the last thing to do. And I'm fine to do it. But I'm just throwing this out there in case it's bothering the conscience of some of the commissioners here. I mean, it sort of bothers mine, but not too much when I look back through the facts. So I guess I could go either way, but I did want to just mention that because Jeff mentioned it and it was in my mind as well. So, I mean, maybe Commissioner Byrd wants to talk more about it or not. I don't know. Maybe it's just too late for that. But I was wondering whether Russell had called them or he probably thinks he shouldn't. And I respect that. So, but on the other hand, a lawyer could call another lawyer and discuss procedural matters, I believe, without violating any rule or law. So I guess I'd like Russell to respond to that. Can you fill me in there, Russell?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Whoops, we got an echo, Russell.
Yeah, it's not, is it gone? Yes.
Yeah.
It would be an ex parte communication in the sense that it wouldn't just involve a minor procedural issue. It would involve the company's failure to follow two commission orders and the potential for penalties. So I couldn't reach out to them on that without it being an ex parte communication. Staff is in the position of being able to communicate freely with the parties.
Yes.
And staff has, in this case, as in many other water cases, I believe spent a lot of his time throughout this 3 years helping this along. They often do a lot of help with these water companies that are uncertificated. And the fact that as of the date that they filed their staff affidavit, they had been sending email because they can make casual inquiries. They had sent that casual inquiry by email. Took a long time to receive any kind of response, but two very important issues: status of the transfer and the status of the condition of the water system itself, and just got a very perfunctory answer. So I feel like the informal route has been done by the party that should do it, staff, and they in their affidavit they complained to the commission that the commission should now put this in an order. And this is the staff said this. The commission should put this in an order that by August 2nd, the parties, RJV and San Brito, have to make a filing responsive to staff's inquiry because they never received one. And that penalty should be imposed. That's staff's recommendation, to impose penalties for any failure to do so, because they've tried the informal route and it didn't work.
Okay, well, that helps me decide. Thank you very much, Russell and Mr. Commissioner Fishman. I stand by what I initially said, that I think we don't have any other choice. We need to do this.
So Russell, let me throw this out. See, tell us if you think this makes sense. Beginning August 9th, $100 a day fine. The week after that goes up to $200 a day. The week after that goes up to $300 a day. And then it stays at $300 a day going forward for the weeks after that.
That makes perfect sense to me. Absolutely. And I would only include business days, because essentially for failure to file the reports that they were supposed to file, and any failure to file a report with regard to, the closing on the transfer. So that'll include all the items. It's progressive. It makes perfect sense to me. I think that's a very reasonable outcome.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
wouldn't it make
Commissioner Hall.
sense to start the penalties not from the 9th, which has passed, but tomorrow or today?
Yeah, we
But
can do
not-
that. Beginning tomorrow, beginning Thursday.
That's
That
fine as
certainly
well.
makes
Thank you.
sense.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Okay, well, I do agree with the progressive fines, but I think we need to just give them one last chance. Let them know that we're going to impose the fine beginning this coming Monday. Do you think they will respond between now and Friday, so if they see the email that the commission is going to fine them?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I can't say why they would. They don't respond, period. I mean, they did file a response, a tardy response to the commission's bench request order a few weeks ago before the July 28th order. But the fact that they haven't responded to either of these orders makes me say they probably won't. If they have good news on Monday that they have actually closed the transfer, then I think, well, we will hear good news. I'm sure they'll be happy to tell us good news. Because they won't, if there's anything else, they probably won't bother to explain it to us. That's their pattern. And so, at this point, I really don't see any reason to give them any more time, but that's completely up to the commission in terms of giving them another warning because they've had a warning. But it's completely, that's up to the commission. My advice doesn't extend that far.
Russell,
Go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, can you give me how many times we've given them a formal commission response that was necessary? Was it once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times? How many times, Russell?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, it was only the July 28th order was the first order of the full commission dealing with these issues because it was the first order of the commission subsequent to the commission's order on June 15th that actually conditionally approved the transfer agreement. That set in motion the closing period. And so a few weeks ago, we began to receive those emails. A bench request was issued. The bench request, of course, didn't say anything about penalties because it was simply a bench request asking for information from staff and from the parties. So it was only once the parties their RJV specifically was put on notice, and explicitly in the ordering paragraphs of the July 28th order, RJV was put on notice. It said, RJV, you were on notice that if you fail to meet any of these deadlines, August 12th or August 19th, August 2nd or August 9th, or the deadlines with regard to a report about the closing of the transfer next week, then you may be subject to penalties, which I feel is more than sufficient warning. And that was as per, as I said, staff's recommendation to impose penalties. Staff actually wanted to advise imposing penalties at that time for the failures that had already happened with regard to the failures to respond to staff. The commission declined to do that and gave and instead embodied staff's requests and for updates in an order and warned RJV that the failure to follow the order could result in penalties.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
So, based on your input, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I'm happy saying the fines would take effect beginning Monday of next week, and that we would do the progressive structure of $100 a day the first week, $200 the second, $300 thereafter. So is that something you'd be pretty comfortable with? You feel that gives them the notice and This way they get a little more concrete notice to the fine. They see that it's coming and they know that it's going to be progressive if they don't act quickly.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yes, I agree with that. I think we should give one last straw. That's it.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chairman?
yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Mastis.
I'd like to propose an amendment on page 5, paragraph A, which is, it's blank regarding penalties. It's under the, it is therefore ordered. My amendment is to impose fines at $100 a day for the business days of August 16th through the 20th, $200 a day for the business days of August 23rd to the 27th, and then for every business day on August 30th and thereafter, it would be $300 a day.
Okay, that's a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes.
second that.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Commissioner Mastis, a second from Commissioner Hall. Russell, just to be sure that you've got it correctly, could you read it back to us?
Yes, so the penalties would be begin being instituted for any of the failures to file as of August 16th. So they could be cured by on August 16th by, for instance, there were a report of the transfer having been concluded or acceptable excuse. I'm just clarifying that. Or for every day that there isn't any kind of reporting done that keeps up with the deadlines, $100 per business day of each day of next week, per business day of next week. The following week, $200 per each business day of that week. And then the following week, $300 per business day of that week and thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Correct. Michael, did you have a comment?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
thank you. Hey, Russell, I want to, sorry, Mr. Fisk. I want to ask you kind of a simple question. You said they haven't responded to the last 2 requests. They've missed those dates. Do I understand that right?
Well, to be more specific, the July 28th order of the commission ordered the RGV and Sabrito to make filings on August 2nd and August 9th with regard to updates about the condition of the water system, et cetera. And then August 16th, Monday, is the date when the transfer is supposed to be completed. That's a date they've agreed to as well. And they're supposed to file a report within a certain number of days. So about that, and they are allowed to, state as the only possible acceptable excuse. This is all stated in the July 28th order that, the San Juan County, an unexpected delay from San Juan County or the Office of State Engineer prevented closing on that date. So, yeah, just I hope that makes it clear, Commissioner Byrd.
So, yeah, it did. Did we get confirmation that they received that order?
We serve everything on the council by email. We have an email service list, which has worked throughout this case. I would note that when there was a tardy filing by the attorneys for RGV and Sabrito in response to the bench request that was issued by the commission via single signature order a few weeks ago, there was a, how do I put this, nonsensical explanation of why they made a tardy response. It says something about the expedited nature of the inquiry caused them to be unable to respond in a timely manner, but they had received it by email. So they do receive their emails, the 2 attorneys for the attorney for RGV and for Sabrito, and they did respond untimely in that matter, and that with regard to that order, and they've not responded at all. So I'm confident that that they are still receiving these emails, as they have throughout
Okay.
the case.
Well, sometimes your computer will change an email address for some reason. It adds a letter or something to the end and it doesn't get delivered. And if you're not careful, you'll see the return, or you'll get a return saying undeliverable, but you miss that. So I just want to make sure that we're certain they are getting these emails. And it sounds like they got it because they responded to it eventually.
Yes.
So that I just want to make sure that something simple like that wasn't occurring.
Yeah.
Because they sound like they were working with us amicable, everything was hunky dory, and then now they just don't respond. Make sure they are getting our responses back. That was it.
And Commissioner Byrd, I would note that I can't speak for the hearing examiner, Ashley Shanauer, who presided over this 3-year case, but I do recall numerous conversations with him in which his frustration at the lack of responsiveness, the unreasonable delay of these two parties particularly was noted over and over. I honestly don't know how many times he continued the hearing. Of course, this is set up as an order to show cause as to why the company shouldn't be penalized for operating without a CCN and approved rates for years and years. And that's what the hearing would be on. And of course, as is the commission's policy, the company was indulged to give them time to get things together, and on the other side for the ratepayers to set up a mutual domestic. 3 years was an awfully long time, and I honestly do not know how many times that hearing was continued.
Excuse me, Commissioner Byrd, are you done?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Russell, Mr.
Yes,
Fisk.
Chairman, yes.
This is, if we do this order as amended, this is fairly easy for the parties to avoid this fine simply by communicating the status, correct?
Exactly. And should the transfer not close next week, they're supposed to file a report that says why it didn't close. And we've already stated that the only acceptable excuse is, as I already described, with regard to the two, the state entity and state agency. So they just simply have to communicate with us as required. A very simple reporting. That's all that's required.
So again, I don't feel like this is terrifically hard ass or punitive. It is hopefully something to get them to take action. Because again, I do think this is a public health risk to the extent that needed repairs cannot occur until this transaction occurs. Any other comments? So I think we've got a motion and a second for the amended order. Michael, could you take the roll?
Sorry, I was using the wrong mouse. Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
She said aye.
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to item number 11. Docket 20-240 UT in the matter of the petition of New Mexico Gas Company for a declaratory order that NMSA 1978-62 8-12-2019 does not apply to it and does not have to file an application for transportation electrification. So Michael and Christopher, please lead us through it.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Smith, I'm just looking to see if Chris is on the screen. Chris, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So I will defer to Mr. Ryan to make his presentation.
Very good. Good afternoon, Chairman Fishman and Commissioners. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Terrific. This matter concerns a petition for a declaratory order under 1.2.2.21 NMAC. I will share the recommended decision. Oh, sharing is not able, it's disabled. So I will just.
Excuse me, this is Sarah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Mr. Ryan, you can share your screen now. I just updated your permissions.
Great. So this is the recommended decision. I'm just going to summarize a bit. 2 background points before I speak further. Section 62.8.12D, this is the Transportation Electrification Program statute, expressly states that it does not apply to a distribution cooperative organized pursuant to the Rural Electric Cooperative Act. So those folks are just out as a baseline matter. The second background point I would note here is that notice about these proceedings was provided as required by law. No parties intervened in this matter. There were 2 commenters who filed comments, Epcor Water and Zia Natural Gas. Both of those entities offered comments supportive of New Mexico Gas Company's position. A hearing was scheduled in this matter. It did not occur as there were no interveners. Staff advised that it thought the hearing would be unnecessary, and I provided an opportunity to say we shall go forward with the hearing if one is still demanded. No one responded to that notice. So with that in mind, back to the petition. The New Mexico Gas Company petitions the commission to declare that section 62.8.12 does not apply to it, and therefore the New Mexico Gas Company is not required to file an application to expand transportation electrification. The recommended decision I prepared argues that this request should be granted. I'll briefly explain why. The plain language of section 62.8.12, read in conjunction with the applicable definition section of the Public Utility Act, does suggest that all public utilities, the actual word it uses is a public utility, I'm just pluralizing it for convenience, must file TEP applications. It is not true, however, that all statutes must be read to have the meaning their plain language appears to convey. I thought it was somewhat interesting that the case that the New Mexico Gas Company cited for that proposition was one that I have some familiarity with. As the clerk of the judge who wrote the opinion, I am only permitted to say that I am intimately familiar with it. So we do not follow the plain language meaning rule if doing so would produce absurd results or intra-statutory conflict. And that is exactly what would be produced here. If we did that, New Mexico Gas Company would be obligated to install and or improve electric infrastructure, which it states it cannot in light of the fact that it's a natural gas company. Moreover, the gas company indicates that it would be effectively invading into the exclusive operating authority of actual electric utilities. The RD concludes that the New Mexico Gas Company is not a public utility, as that term is used in section 62.8.12a. And for that reason, the New Mexico Gas Company is not obligated to file a plan to expand transportation electrification. You know, having said that, you might ask yourself, well, then what does this language mean? And why did the legislature decide to elect to say a public utility? And it's a fair question. And the petition itself doesn't ask the commission to say, this is what the full thing means. The petition simply asks for the commission to say, it doesn't apply to us, the New Mexico Gas Company. The difficulty with that is in the course of thinking through this matter and writing the RD, I concluded you can't say what section 62.8.12 does not mean without saying what it does mean. And I believe commission staff is correct, and they indicated so in their briefing, which I asked them to submit, that the intent of the legislature was to require only public electric utilities to file applications to expand transportation electrification. I'll note finally, as in conclusion, In the course of these proceedings, staff was directed to brief the question of the applicability of the statute to water and sewer utilities as well. They recommended staff, that these utilities would also not be covered by section 62.812. And that is the conclusion of this presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Commissioners. I would move the order. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I assume you didn't feel there was any need to go back to general counsel on this?
Yeah, I guess I should. Thank you for reminding me, Commissioner Hall.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I took the chairman's motion as having read my order, which basically just adopts the RD in its entirety.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Michael, please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Iestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is adopted by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, we're on to item 11, I believe here. I'm looking at a different screen, but this is in the matter of the, this is docket 21 triple lot 75 UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Bri Cathorn against Public Service Company of New Mexico. And Hans, we're back to you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Fishman. The formal complaint in this matter alleged that complainant was overcharged electrical usage between February 2019 and February 2020 due to an alleged faulty meter. The formal complaint was filed on March 25th, 2021, and PNM filed their answer on April 15th. Commission issued an order for staff response on May 5th, and staff filed their response on July 2nd. PNM responded. They were first made aware of complainant's concerns in August of 2019. That complainant requested a new meter in February 2020. After exchanging the old mechanical meter for a new digital meter in February of 2020, PNM tested the old mechanical meter a week after its removal at the complainant's house, and the meter tested within the 2% approval tolerances. PNM responded to a bench request issued by the commission on July 30th as to whether complainant was notified that she could be at the testing. PNM responded on August 6th, indicating they did not inform complainant as complainant requested a new meter, not a testing of the old meter. So while this response conforms with the plain language reading of the statute, it kind of reads it narrowly so as to avoid a testing request by the customer. However, staff recommended that the complaint should be dismissed, as at this stage there does not appear to be abnormal usage or usage patterns that could be attributable to anyone other than the complainant and others who had access to the residence in question during that time period. Also, the old meter, when it was tested by PNM, was within the range of acceptable values, plus or minus 2% for the commission. So on that note, I recommend the formal complaint be dismissed for lack of probable cause, because based upon the plain language reading of the statute, nothing on record right now rises to the level of a violation made by PNM based upon the unique set of circumstances involved here, requesting a new meter. And the old meter obviously was tested within the 2% tolerance range of acceptable values. However, I kind of would, with the commission's permission, I would like to just kind of use this as almost a teaching lesson of how poor customer service can translate into a formal complaint that we have to review. I feel this formal complaint could have been avoided with improved customer service by PNM. As complainant first expressed her concerns to PNM in August 2019, there were 6 months where PNM could have tested the meter prior to February of 2020, which kind of coincided with them replacing the old mechanical meters with digital meters. So there was a 6-month gap where PNM could have already tested that meter and not within this time, before the complaint is filed. And basically, PNM really, in my opinion, missed an opportunity to be transparent with the complainant in not testing the meter earlier or informing her she could be present at the testing of the meter, language of the statute notwithstanding. To me, if a customer asks, hey, I would like a new meter, they obviously are alleging that they feel something is wrong with the old meter. Or if they make a complaint to PNM that I feel something is off in the amount of usage that's being detected, they are making a complaint about the meter. PNM is kind of sticking to the very plain language reading of the rule, stating that the customer has to request a testing of the meter. I feel if PNM had taken better steps, that a formal complaint wouldn't have been required. Further, there's indication that PNM's customer service reps indicate to customer complaints that meters only read slow when failing and not fast. That seems to be a tactic to discourage customers from requesting a test, as meter creep obviously is acknowledged in the statutes, and the plus or minus 2% goes both ways. So we know that meters can run fast. So I think that's a little disingenuous on the part of PNM's customer service reps to be telling customers that meters only read slow when failing. There can be other things at stake regarding testing of a meter. So I would really encourage PNM to review its customer service methods so as to be more amenable and proactive to customer meter concerns. The statutes allow for a company to place a fee to the customer if the equipment is tested and falls within the acceptable guidelines. So to me, that should be the disincentive to the customer in case their meter concerns aren't merited. So they can say, hey, if we come out and test and everything's okay with our meter, there's going to be an additional fee on your bill. That to me is the balancing act, not so much PNM trying to wait until the customer specifically says, PNM, please come test my meter. I feel had this meter been tested within the first month of the concern back in August of 2019, in plain view of the customer, the transparency would be there. The need for a formal complaint would not be necessary 6 months later. So while I am recommending dismissal of the complaint based upon staff's recommendation, I do feel PNM could up their game here a little bit, and I would encourage them to do so. Thank you.
Commissioners, any comments, thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I think Hans makes a very practical suggestion, frankly. Well, I don't know that he was couching it in terms of a suggestion, but maybe we should discuss whether or not we want to put some language to that effect in the order.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what latitude we have to do that, but something that maybe asks for them to have an internal policy that they respond within a certain amount of time to these kinds of requests.
Mm-hmm.
Or that we ask them to study putting that kind of rule in. Something to that effect seems to make sense, because Hans, I think you raise a really good point.
How about if we hear from, who's the attorney on this, Michael? No, Hans was the attorney.
Yep.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is Michael Smith, though. I would say to the extent that you could, I don't think there's a problem with asking them into improving their customer relations in light of the commission's order here. But in terms of putting any kind of requirements in there as a result of this order, I think that would not be proper because that would be really require a rulemaking.
Okay. So Hans, do you have a suggestion about how we might do that with some wording?
In terms of, I'm, as Michael indicated, I'm reluctant to add anything into the order itself. My only suggestion would be maybe, I mean, if the commission were to ask PNM to come and make a presentation regarding some of the customer service, come and make a presentation regarding some of the customer service details that occur when the reliability of a meter is in question. I think that would be within reasonable bounds, but since this order really is for a specific formal complaint, I am reluctant to add any language like that.
Okay. Judy, you just came on. Did you have a comment or you're just getting ready for the next? Okay.
I am just getting ready for the next.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay, commissioners, any further discussion on this item?
I'll move the order as written.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think Hans makes a very good recommendation. I would like to ask PNM to come in and explain about meter reliability reading so that they can educate us because PNM, they serve more than 5,000 customers. And I'm sure they have many employees and they're trained to respond differently or in the same manner to every complaint. But it would be nice if they can come in and explain to us how they try to resolve issues. Thank you.
Okay. We will make a request for them to do exactly that in an upcoming meeting here. So Hans, thank you. So Cynthia, Commissioner Hall moved the order. Did we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. And any further discussion? Michael, please take the roll.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, I believe. Yes, we are on to item 13, resolution 8/11/21, and discussion regarding procedures for the adoption and modification, of human resources policies. Judy, now. You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you because I don't know if you're aware, but there's been a working group developing new telework policies in anticipation of the NMPRC staff going back to the Bochum building shortly. And in addition, updated COVID safe mitigation policies that were provided to the PRC from SPO. In addition, there was a recent executive order, and subsequent on July 30th, there was guidance issued by SPO. This has to do with testing of non-vaccinated employees, mask requirements, etc. And all of these policies are getting close to being brought before the commission. And upon discussion, the group was asking, is it necessary for the commission to vote and modify a human resource policy, which is what this would be doing? And we did some research and found out that over the past few years, the commission has voted to modify human resource policies. That being said, recently, I'd say since January, the commission has discussed whether it should delegate more of that administrative matters and personnel matters to the chief of staff. So we don't have a resolution in place that really answers the question, one, which is, has the commission delegated to the chief of staff the authority to adopt or modify all human resources policies at the chief of staff's discretion after a report and recommendation from the chief of staff at an open meeting? Or does the commission decree that human resources policies cannot be adopted or modified unless approved by a majority of the commissioners at an open meeting after a report and recommendation from the chief of staff? So given the fact that we are having these upcoming policy changes, I wanted to bring the issue before the commission for the commission to either to discuss and decide the question, if possible, today or another day. And I stand for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Judy, did you say as far back as 2 years, the commission was voting on human resource policy changes? I might have misheard you, but I thought you said.
I didn't say a number. I would say as far back as I can recollect.
Oh.
But it's hard. We haven't been able to determine whether it's been every single change. But for example, we do know that when the weapons policy was changed, and that was in March of 2019, that it did go before the commission for a vote.
Yeah, I remember that. So we don't have a written history of whether we have a policy for commission to vote on human resource policy changes or not.
We have not, there's no resolution addressing this specific issue.
So what has been our practice?
It's been our practice upon recent recollection, as I said, and Mike's recollection can go back farther than mine, that there's always been a presentation by the chief of staff, and there's frequently been a vote, but I don't know whether there has always been a vote.
I see. That's helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
All right, let's be sure Commissioner Hall's finished here.
Well, that's fine. I'll pause for now.
Okay,
I was collecting my thoughts. We might as well hear from Commissioner Maestas.
he had two hands up there for a
Yeah,
minute,
I know,
so,
it's all
you know,
kinds
this
of
is,
hands.
this is urgent.
I'm getting confused with my emojis. One was hand clapping and the other was hand raising. And so I thought, well, why don't I just use both of them?
Okay,
So, Judy, the last time I looked at the statute, I was focusing at that time on which divisions were statutory and which were not. And as I recall, the Administrative Services Division is statutory, and in that description of its scope of authority was human resource policies. And since Administrative Services reports to the Chief of Staff, I would think, I realize it's kind of an indirect maybe conclusion, but since ASD is statutory and its charge includes human resources, and that the ASD director reports directly to the Chief of Staff, that the Chief of Staff should have that authority to enact human resource policies and make appropriate changes. Do you buy that?
In terms of what you're saying, the commission has the authority to delegate to the chief of staff the discretion to change HR policies after reporting without a vote. Because under section 885, the chief of staff is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the commission staff under the general direction of the commission. So I think that language would allow you to adopt a resolution that specifically delegates to the chief of staff the authority to adopt or modify all the human resources policies at their discretion after a report and recommendation from the chief of staff at an open meeting without necessarily taking a vote.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is Michael Smith. I just wanted to just chime in a little bit since Judy invoked my memory, which hopefully serves me correct. But when I came to the commission interaction with the chief of staff really was much more, I guess we'll say, direction heavy in terms of the commission reserved to itself a number of decisions that this commission seems more willing to delegate to the chief of staff. The hiring of division directors is to be done by the chief of staff, subject to the consent of the commission. Likewise, this statute, which I was going to point out that Judy just pointed out, also says under the general direction of the commission. So there's a degree of flexibility in terms of how the commission is willing to delegate that authority to the chief of staff, whether it wants to be involved in those decisions, whether it just wants to have it report those decisions reported to it. So I think that's really the issue. We've have an apparent willingness to have the chief of staff perform some of these functions free from heavy oversight from the commission. And so we wanted to make sure that the commission was aware that this does reflect a change from the commission's prior practice that was not necessarily encapsulated in a specific resolution.
okay. Other commissioner thoughts?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Byrd, we'll go to you next.
So I prefer retaining the authority to change policy with the commission. And I know I've made this analogy before, but I see us as the school board. Mr. Props is our superintendent. He's responsible for hiring and firing, but the school policy is approved or disapproved by the school board. And that anything that's going to affect all employees should be, I think, aired publicly, discussed properly, and then voted on by a body, and not left to one person's interpretation. You know, as at least with these 5 commissioners we have now, if he comes with a good argument as to why something needs to be done, I think, well, I know that we'll jump on board and support him wholeheartedly. I can't speak to future commissions, but that's their problem, not ours. I'm looking at our problems today. And so anyway, I fully support retaining that authority at the commission level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Other commissioner input?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
Well, I guess we have to use something, and I guess the statute is all we've got that refers to the chief of staff. It really only describes his responsibilities as being responsible for the day-to-day operations of the commission staff. So it talks about operations. It doesn't really say anything about establishment of policies. The statute doesn't. It just talks about how appointments shall be made, and it indicates that the commission has to consent to the chief of staff making appointments of division directors. So, you know, I don't see that there's much in the statute that would support the creation of policy under human resources, except for the phrase being responsible for day-to-day operations. And I don't know that that really covers it. I generally like to be very hands-off with chief of staffs, because that's, I think their job is to take care of staff matters, which would include policies that pertain to all staff actions. So, you know, I could see the language of the statute going both ways, I suppose.
I would agree, Commissioner Hall, and that's the reason that the resolution isn't proposed as one way or the other. The commission, I believe, has the authority under the statute, which says general direction, to delegate that. But I also agree that under the same statute, the commission has the authority to say, with respect to human resource policies, which may involve a lot of potential liability of the commission, that perhaps the commission may want to be voting on those policy changes.
Yes, I understand that. I do understand that. And I was also thinking if, you know, if the chief of staff is still going to need to come and make a presentation to the commission before instituting a policy, you know, what would be the point of not voting if we're having it presented to us to consider? You know, a vote would strengthen the choice, I guess. So even though it sort of feels like I'm going against my belief that chief of staff need to operate independently, I think I'm in agreement with Commissioner Byrd, and I think his analogy to a school board is not bad. Of course, I don't know what school board statutes say, but whatever. I think he's talking about what the public sees and expects, and you know, it makes some sense. So I think making this choice to have the commission retain a vote over policies, I don't think that takes away in any way from the chief of staff's autonomy that does exist under this statute in hiring or firing employees. I think that remains intact.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have a perspective on this one?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am a little bit concerned how our chief of staff is making quick changes because we saw his actions already within the last 30 days. And I don't want our staff to feel that they are frightened because of the changes that he is making on a daily basis. We have the responsibility to protect our staff members. Although we don't we don't supervise them, but we run for this office to care about them, to take care of them, to give them training, to provide training, to support issues that's vital to the public. That's where my perspective is. We have that view to protect our staff members. And every commissioner has that position. We also make decisions week to week about public utilities and all the businesses, all the actions that is charged under the Public Regulation Commission. But I'm a little bit concerned about our current chief of staff making quick decisions in a short amount of time. Let's say, for example, one commissioner is an elected official. I'm going to use a state treasurer as an example. And the state treasurer has a chief of staff. It is common that the chief of staff consults with the elected official before placing a contract on the agenda. That is common. So if there's only 2 people in operation at the state treasurer's office, clearly the chief of staff is going to consult with the state treasurer. And I use just that as an example. And I expect our chief of staff to consult with every commissioner before a contract is placed on the agenda so that we know the reasons, so that we know where his perspective is. That is the reason why I voiced my opinion last week, and that is the reason why I voiced my opinion at the beginning of the meeting this morning. I'm part of the commission. I would like to be consulted. So these changes that are occurring, I would like to pause on it for a while to see how things are beginning to proceed in the near future. And yes, Wayne Probst, he's great. He wants to channel the Public Regulation Commission in good standing. Yes, I support that. But I also protect the staff. I don't want our staff to feel that they're frightened. We're not an organization like that. We want an organization as a family. We want to train our staff members. We want them to enjoy the job that they do. We want them to, they go home, they have families, they got to put food on the table. That's where my thinking comes from, Mr. Kerman. So I would like to, I think the commission still has a little bit of guidance If there's a policy, let's talk about it. Let's have consultation. I don't want striking documents to appear on the agenda. That's just my point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Maestas, I guess you've got a hand up there. This time just one.
All right, I lowered my hand.
There you go.
Well, quite frankly, I can't believe we're really having such a lengthy discussion about this issue, because at the outset of this calendar year with this new commission, we went through great lengths to amend our protocol of operations to insulate the administrative side of the house from the commission side of the house. And so I thought that this would be a no-brainer, because delegating human resource policy making to the chief of staff should be a natural progression of the philosophy that we instituted in the form of that update in the protocol of operations. But if there's other hangups, which I sense there are, I'm okay with the status quo, but I thought, and I've heard from many people, that was a big issue in the past with political intervention in administrative and human resource issues. I mean, I think commissioners have no business in administrative issues. That's under the purview of the chief of staff. And how are we going to hold the chief of staff accountable if we're meddling in his or her business? All that person has to say if things go south is, you intervened, you undermined my authority. I had my own course of action within my authority, and you undermined me. And so I'd say the legal jeopardy is just as extensive if we continue to allow commissioners to get involved in personnel issues. And so we could be opening ourselves up for additional legal risk by doing so. So I still go back to the statute and the statutory divisions. ASD has that charge in the statute. ASD reports directly to the chief of staff. I think that is consistent with that statute, and that's the way I read it. So if we're going to totally turn back on what we did in the form of the protocol, then I think we're going backwards. I thought we were going forwards.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I have to say, I forgot about that discussion. And I think Commissioner Maestas does bring up a good point. We do need to insulate the chief of staff. So I think I'm changing my mind here, because I remember feeling pretty strongly about that in the past. And I just got wrapped up in this other perspective, but I think that's a very persuasive argument.
I've got a couple comments. First of all, Commissioner Maestas, did you bring this up on the agenda, or how did it, what brought this up on the agenda? And is there any particular urgency to it that brought it to the agenda at this time?
I had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Commissioner Fishman and members of the commission, we were going to bring this up in matters of general counsel, because we anticipate within the next week or so, there are going to be these changes to the telework policy and the COVID safe policy,
Right,
because of the governor's executive order. So we were just in anticipation of that, wondering whether the chief of staff could just implement it, or would he be required to come before you? And it's a question, and it doesn't need to be answered today. So I hope that answers your question.
okay. So, but my comment would be, I happen to be in the commissioner my Estes side of this particular issue. I like the idea of insulating that person so they can do their job. And then, of course, if they don't do a good job, then the commission has the authority to replace that person. But I'm always a little bit suspicious when someone's looking over someone's shoulder and telling them how to do their job. That usually gets in the way of them doing their best job. So just as a practical management standpoint, that's how I personally feel. On the other hand, we've got two commissioners who are clearly uncomfortable with that for now. And I think a lot of it is a competent chief of staff knows their commission well enough to know when they need to bring it before them and when they don't, just as a pragmatic matter of keeping them happy, whatever the official policy is. So my take for now is, well, I'd like to move that direction of giving the authority to the chief of staff. I think it's probably wise to give a little bit of time for people to build their comfort level on this. I suspect that at least 3 of the commissioners, from what the discussion I'm hearing now, would be fairly reluctant to go against the chief of staff's proposals, just based on what we're hearing now. They want to give them latitude to, or that whoever that person is, latitude to run their staff the way that they would like to. So I'm not too concerned about overriding that person. If we just leave this alone for a couple, 3-4 months and see how people's comfort level evolves. So my take would be, put this on the back burner for now. And let's see how everyone's comfort level evolves over the next couple of months, because I don't see any emergency or source of urgency here. So those are my comments.
I'm fine with that.
Any further discussion? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to table.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Motion to table is non-debatable.
Oh, thank you. I always need a parliamentarian there to keep me from screwing up. Thank you very much. So Michael, will you take the roll?
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The motion to table passes 5-0.
Thanks all for the frank discussion there. Just I think we can move along just fine without an urgent decision on this. And I appreciate everybody's perspective. So communications with Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. A very quick communication. I know it's been a long day. Update on the Bochum building. The floors are being refurbished this week. They finished the 3rd floor yesterday and today started working on the 2nd floor. I haven't been in the building, but I think Miguel had to go in today for some IT stuff and he said the floors look very shiny. So that's good news. We do expect them to finish that. And that's the last major piece of the puzzle. We expect them to finish that this week. What I'm thinking about at this point, Mr. Chairman, because we still have to do some touch-up work and some final cleaning, is that subject, of course, to direction from the commission and further discussion, is that we do a soft opening of the building to commissioners and staff on Monday, August 16th, but not be open to the public at that time. That we give it that week for people to settle in if they want to, start going into their offices, arranging them, working out of the building if they would like. certainly think staff can do that and commissioners can do that beginning this next Monday. Then do a final kind of walkthrough with the building manager on Tuesday afternoon, scheduled at 3 o'clock. Use next week to finish up that final cleaning and final touch-ups that I mentioned. And then hopefully, Mr. Chairman, be ready to open the building to the public at 8 o'clock on Monday, August 23rd. And if the commission is comfortable doing so, hold your meeting of August 25th in the building and open to the public. Of course, we will still offer a telecommuting or a tele-participation option to anybody who wants to do so. But that is sort of, I think, where we are at with the building. So that's really my update on that, Mr. Chairman. And again, happy to receive any feedback from the commission on that schedule, and particularly whether or not you feel comfortable and would like to have that August 25th meeting in the building open to the public. As part of the policies that Judy just alluded to, I'm pretty sure that the policy we will be bringing to the commission, COVID safe policy that we'll bring to the commission next Wednesday, will include a mandate that anybody who is in the building and outside of their personal offices will be required to wear a mask. I do anticipate that we will be bringing that to you as part of that policy revision. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions that you or other commissioners have on that topic or any other topic.
Commissioners. I have one question, which is, do you see any changes coming, additional changes coming in COVID protocols for the state that might be impacting this?
Mr. Chairman, I don't. I'm in communication with other employees who either work in state government or manage state agencies. I think there's a little bit of I think everybody's doing things a little bit differently. I don't think there's one, even though there may be a policy that comes from SPO, I think people are still implementing it in their own ways. I know the schools, for example, and universities have mandated vaccinations. I know that some state agencies have mandated that if you're not vaccinated, you have to be tested weekly. I know some have said if you're not vaccinated, you have to be tested twice a week. So I think we have some flexibility in what we bring to the commission for our own policies. But I think the biggest change or the biggest thing that I'm concerned about, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, is that if the cases continue to rise, hospitalizations continue to increase, we could be back in a point very quickly where our hope of being able to get back into the building and open to the public is not realized. But right now, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we can move forward on that time schedule and time frame.
So we don't. There's so much news on this. I can't keep track of whether we have a state employee vaccination mandate or not. It sounds like we don't.
Well, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Other commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I would like to ask our Chief of Staff if we can get a report from Consumer Relations Department.
Absolutely.
And then since the departure of the Fire Marshal's office, do we still need to ask the Fire Marshal's office for assistance? Would it be a commission vote if, let's say, Gallup Fire Department is in need of a used fire truck? Do we go through you, or do we go through Construction Industries Division of wherever they're located at?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to research that question. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, My guess is, although I'll probably rely on OGC to confirm this, my guess is for something like that, the referral would now be to the Department of Homeland Security. But I will check and confirm that. And absolutely, I would love to have the Consumer Relations Bureau report to the board or to the commission. And I'd like that to be actually a regular part of our reporting to the commission. So I will follow up on that.
Thank you very much, Chief of Staff.
You're welcome.
Okay, I guess, thank you, Wade, appreciate it. And by the way, thank you for a very clear and detailed presentation this morning.
You're welcome, thank you.
I certainly appreciated that.
Absolutely.
Communications with General Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, other than the state, I think the Chief of Staff got that correct. I don't have anything else today.
Okay, thank you. Communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mastis.
Well, you know, we bid Jonas Armstrong farewell last week. Well, it's time to usher in, or Hayes, or whatever you want to call it, another assistant of mine. I guess I'm just running them off. I'm just a problem commissioner, I guess. But I do want to introduce my new assistant. His name is Christopher Hall. Christopher, if you want to turn your camera on there, I want to just say a few words about Christopher. Christopher was born in Albuquerque, but grew up in Southern Indiana and in Louisville, Kentucky. He moved back to the land of enchantment in 2014 and eventually decided to go back to school to study law, graduating magna cum laude from University of New Mexico School of Law earlier this year. A former journalist, Christopher is focused on a legal career in public interest and public service. While in law school, Christopher concentrated on environmental and natural resources, legal and policy issues, receiving the Natural Resources and Environmental Law Certificate and working as a research assistant, looking into issues surrounding utility rate making. What do you know? Christopher is awaiting the bar exam results and hopefully admission to the State Bar of New Mexico. And he's excited to join my team of two. You need two or more to have a team. NMPRC to help address utility regulatory issues that affect all New Mexicans. So Christopher Hall, do you want to say a few words?
Mr. Chairman, honorable commissioners, Commissioner Maestas, thank you. I'm thrilled to be joining the team and to be working with Commissioner Maestas. I'm getting thrown into the deep end. I've been sitting in the evidentiary hearings all day today, so it's been very fascinating to see the work of the regulatory environment in New Mexico. So I'm just really excited to be taking part in this and to be joining, and looking forward to being of service. Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Christopher. And we have the SPS rate case that's a current docket right now with the STIP out there and some very interesting rate making issues attached to it. So you might want to take your rate making education and put it to work on that one. But welcome aboard, and it's terrific to have someone with your qualifications joining us.
Mr. Chair.
Other commissioners?
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Commissioner Hall. Two hands from now on, two.
Yeah, okay. So I also want to say welcome, Mr. Hall, Christopher. And I'm glad to understand who you are, because I saw you, I guess you were watching a hearing the other week. I saw you and I thought, I haven't seen that guy before. Who does he represent? And he's got my name. And so now I see where you fit in all this, and that's really great. And I also need to know, especially, where did you live in Southern Indiana? Because I grew up there.
I used to live in Sellersburg, Indiana, Commissioner,
What?
which is, it's a little town called Sellersburg, which is about 20 minutes from Louisville. It's just, it's in Clark County around Clarksville. So I was in New Albany and then Sellersburg and then moved over to Louisville in high school.
Oh, okay. Well, it
Okay.
might have been smaller than my town. I grew up in Vincennes. Do you know
Oh,
where-
yeah.
Yeah. So,
I'm familiar
okay.
with Vincennes, yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
familiar with Sellersburg, so that's no fun.
It's a postage stamp town.
Yeah. Vincennes is becoming that way. It's shrinking. So, well, anyhow, very nice to meet you. Enjoy talking to you, and I'm excited that you have a rate making background. And don't worry about the bar exam. You don't need it for this job. If it doesn't work out, you don't need it for this job, and we need people like you. So you're very welcome here, and I'm glad you're on staff. Good choice, Joseph.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, other communications with commissioners? If none, then I think we are ready to adjourn. Thank you all.
See you guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.